deputy presidents, guests, sisters and brothers, a loving and warm welcome to Day 2 program of the Educare National Conference. I would like to invite Brother Cyril, the National Deputy President of Gauteng, to officially welcome you.
Sorry about that. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dear Lord, Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear esteemed guests, educators and devotees, it is our privilege to warmly welcome you to the Sri Sathya Sai Global Council Educare Conference, Day 2. We acknowledge our Zonal Chair, Uncle Subri Naidu, our National Council President, Brother Ruben Naidu, Sister Roshni Singh, Director of the Institute, Uncle Krishnan Sivnarayan, Chairman of Central Trust, members of the Global Council Education Trust, and our National Council members. This gathering is a testament to our shared commitment to education, spirituality, and the holistic development of our children and ourselves. As we come together, let us be inspired by the divine teachings of Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, who embodied the perfect blend of love, wisdom, and selfless service. Throughout this conference, we have and we will explore innovative approaches to education, share best practices, and delve into the profound wisdom of Swami's teachings. We are honored to have distinguished speakers, educators, and experts joining us to share their insights and experiences. Let us unite in our quest for knowledge, spiritual growth, and the betterment of our world. We pray to Swami that this Educare Conference will be a transformative experience, shaping our spiritual journey from I to we to he, from the self-centered ego to the sense of unity, and ultimately to the state of divine union, illuminating our path and inspiring us to become instruments of positive change. Once again, welcome to the Sri Sathya Sai Global Council Educare Conference, Day 2. May Swami's divine love and blessings guide us throughout our journey together. Jai Sai Ram.
1, 2, sound. Testing sound. 1, 2.
Om Sai Ram, dear sisters and brothers. A slight change to the program. We have our guest speaker who is ready to go online at the moment. And to introduce our guest speaker this morning, we have Sister Roshni Singh.
Offering my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved omnipresent Lord, Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear devotees, Om Sri Sai Ram. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning. She is none other than Sister Karuna Munshi, Director of Sri Sathya Sai Vidya Vahini. So allow me to introduce her and her bio. Sister Karuna Munshi, since the late 1960s, her name is really Karuna Sarup Munshi, grew up in a Sai-infused environment in Srinagar, Kashmir, where she attended the Presentation Convent School. She completed her high school from Singapore with high academic achievement. So in 1980, she joined the SSSIHL Anantapur campus and graduated with a BA and an MA in philosophy in 1980-1985, securing a first rank and a gold medal respectively. She was trained in electronics, news gathering, and documentary making at FT Pune and the GeoEye Central Processing Center in Aishad village in New Delhi. She has worked as a TV journalist in India before she moved to Canada in 1991. She pursued communication studies at the University of Toronto. She is an experienced journalist and a communications expert who has held various eminent positions in India and Canada. Sister Karuna served the Sai mission in Canada for over 2 decades. She served as the secretary of the largest Sai center in the world outside India for 2 terms. She taught SSE Group 3 and served as a youth coordinator. She was also the secretary of the Sri Sathya Sai School of Canada in Toronto for 9 years, till she relocated to Puttaparthi along with the family. So from 2007 to 2019, Sister Karuna volunteered at Radio Sai, hosting programs, producing documentaries, and contributing to content for e-journal and the Edge to Edge co-currently She taught English at the SSS Mirpur College of Music for 2 years. Excuse me. Since 2017, she served as the director of the Sri Sathya Sai Vidya Vahini program at Prashanti Nilayam, a digital education portal for empowering rural teachers with values, integrated academic content, training, and teaching aids. During her tenure, the team strength of SSSBV has grown from about 60 volunteers at the end of 2017 to nearly 1,500 volunteers at present, all of whom are spread across the globe. The entire project is managed as an e-office platform with all the networking teams, building and project management driven by a singular and critical factor, namely effective, clear, and loving communication. So Sister Karuna is a grateful daughter of the Sai Sevadal parents. She and her siblings and her children are the former Sai students. Thank you, Sister Karuna, for joining us this morning. Jai Saram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Loving pronouns at the lotus feet of the supreme power that is permeating every molecule, every atom of this earth right now in the form of the Sri Sathya Sai Atirudra. My pranams at Bhagawan's lotus feet, my loving Sai Ram to each one of you. A very good morning, dear sisters and brothers. My name is Karuna, as you know, and I'm so delighted to connect with you from Prashanti Nilayam, Sri Sathya Sai district of Andhra Pradesh in Bharat, which has always been and will always be the spiritual capital of the universe. But right now, it is buzzing and oozing Rudra energy. Ati Rudra Mahayagna is happening here as I speak to you. I don't know how clear my audio is because I'm sitting in my office in Prashanti. I can hear the Purnahuti being offered into the fire and Atirudram for today being concluded. So this Atirudram Mahayagna, the Rudra energy, the energy of Sai Shiva is permeating, it is heaving in the air. You can feel it when you step on the soil of Prashanti Nilayam. When we enter the Sai Kulwant hall, it just zaps. For me, it's hypnotic. I'm in a divine hypnosis of experiencing the omnipresence of Sai in the breeze, in the heat, in the pool, in the floor, in the dust, the air, the buzzing of the chirping of the birds, in everything there is God here. I really am sending you divine vibrations from the genuine spiritual capital of the universe, and I hope you can feel the vibe and catch it wherever you are. Because right now, thousands of people, devotees from almost 100 countries are here, and they're participating in the Atirudra Mahayagna, and I'm so happy that South Africa is having this very vital conference which coincides with it, and I'm sure many of you are also doing virtual Atirudram. So it's a great time to connect. We're all bound by the Rudra energy, and may we all become instruments in His divine hands. The topic that has been given to me is very dear to my heart, Omnipresence of Sai. Well, after Mahasamadhi in 2011, when all of us thought our world came to an end and everything we lived for suddenly was taken away from us, we had to actually fall back on all that Swami had told us about his omnipresence. And today, so many years later, 14 years later, all I can say is that I experience the omnipresence of Sai in everything I do, and I can bet $100 or 100 rands that so do you. Because Swami took us away from our dependence on his physical form only to make us realize that the word omnipresence was not something to be quoted in a good discourse and say God is omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient. We had to actually live it and find that truth and experience it. And that's what's happened to most of us, and that's what's been my experience, excuse me, throughout. Because I'll give you three small examples. Like everyone else, I was devastated when Bhagwan left the body, and as much as I knew that he's always with us, I always pined for him, and I kept thinking that my whole life is a waste and I have no reason to live because Swami was the fulcrum, the fountain, the foundational stone of everything that I did. In 1 minute, that foundation, the rug had been pulled off from under my feet. And Swami kept reminding me that that was my attachment to his physical form. The Sai inside is always there. I thought I should share three examples with you. Soon after the Mahasamadhi, we used to have a lot of satsang talks in the satsang building, the double-decker building opposite the shopping complex. So I was invited to do a talk, and I have done this talk on Gayatri Mantra many times in many parts of the world. It's a workshop on Gayatri because I'm a big fan of the Gayatri Mantra. And those of you who have been to Puttaparthi, I hope you have visited our Gayatri Devi Mandir which is by the Shanti Bhavan guest house. So when I went with a very heavy heart, I got ready and I, drove on time with my water bottle, and I walk into the satsang hall. There is a throne for Swami on the dais, and I walk in and Swami was seated there. This is after Mahasamadhi. I saw Bhagwan seated on the throne in the satsang hall, and I went and did a namaskar, and I didn't know how to, and there were people sitting in the audience, and then I got very calm and I presented my 2 cents worth on the Gayatri Mantra. But there was a very strange thing that was happening to my audience. Whatever I have said over the years, the same points that I was repeating for the 100th time about the glory of the Gayatri Mantra, I'm sorry, I'll adjust this, about the glory of the Gayatri Mantra, I have never had an audience that was as responsive as it was on this day. And many people in the audience were very emotional and they were shedding tears. And I kept thinking, am I saying something rude, mean, unkind, insensitive? Why is everybody crying? And of course, I knew from the corner of my eye that there is a throne there and the King of all kings is seated there. And but I was so caught up in the moment. The Gayatri Mantra workshop went off really well. And when it finished, and a lot of people, I thought, this is not going so well in terms of the audience reaction, because my audience was melting into a puddle by crying so much. So perhaps I should go on till I have only 5 minutes and then say, do you have any questions? And if nobody has questions, we can move on, right? So I thought like that and close it and do the Shanti Mantra. But instead, there was like a ton of questions and responses, and the engagement became longer and longer. And then I was so glad it was finally over. I did Namaskar to Swami and I went to my office. At that time, I used to work with what was known as the Radio Sai, Global Harmony. Now it's known as the Sri Sathya Sai Media Center. As soon as I reached my office, I got a call from the ashram's PRO office and said, what is it that you talked about? What was the topic? What did you say? Now I was a little bit nervous. I said, did I go wrong? Is something the matter? Why am I being quizzed? And they said the reason is because everybody is asking for a recording of the workshop. Now, trust you me, I'm not trying to be modest. I've done that workshop many times and nobody ever wanted a copy and nobody got transformed or moved, including myself. But that day, the magic was, it was palpable and everybody wanted, and this is the reason, because Bhagwan was throughout, he made me realize he was seated there. I was presenting in my, rationally, we always tell ourselves, yes, God is omnipresent, God is everywhere. But when we were in the interview room or when Swami stood in front of us in Prashanti, that time our concept of omnipresence was very intense and different. In this Gayatri Mantra workshop, I saw him there and I knew that Bhagwan is really the one key that who was just oozing love and sending it to everyone in the audience, that we had such an intense and amazing connection. And instances like that really warmed my heart and taught me to live in the reality, in the realization, in the internalization of the fact that God is omnipresent. Sai is omnipresent. His omnipresence cannot be denied. I don't have to rationalize it. I know it's there. I have to experience it. I have to have I have to still my senses and open myself to experiencing it. And then my office is located somewhere just above the Western Canteen for those of you who are familiar with the topography and of Prashanti Nilayam. And when I drive home on a usually very hot afternoon, late afternoon, I drive straight facing the gate of Yajur Mandir. And then when I am near Yajur Mandir, I do a silent namaskar. I slow my car down and then I turn left and I go down the road in front of Purna Chandra Auditorium. And then I turn right on the South Indian Canteen Road to exit the ashram. If I'm going for darshan, I still stop in front of Yajur Mandir, do namaskar, then I turn right and go behind Yajur Mandir. So every time I did this, I would say, Swami, I love you. Swami, I thank you. Swami, I miss you so much. And then I would go, because I love everything about the beauty of Prashanti Nilayam. My favorite is the beautiful flowers that are offered in the mandir, especially on the Mahasannidhi. And if you're watching the Atirudram, you will see the beautiful lotus flowers and the purple and the white and the pink and the gorgeous flowers, the bestest in the world that are offered to the Lingam, Saishwara Lingam, during the Archana, during the Puja. So I'm very fond of everything organic, fresh, natural, and beautiful that is done in Prashanti. But I had a bit of an issue with one thing. Outside Yajur Mandir, these huge two vases made of some natural stone and they're beautiful. But they have these huge sunflower which always seem to be in bloom. So I assumed they were not real flowers or they were paper flowers. So I used to say Sai Ram to Swami and say, I don't like those paper flowers. I wish they were real sunflowers. I wish that because these are very tall vases, they need huge flowers. So I think they have made the right decision to put some very beautiful, big, but not real artificial flowers there. So I would always go and just, it's okay, Sairam, and I would drive away. Now, on this one day, when I went and I said, Swami, I just pulled up in front of Yajur Mandir, slowed my car down to say Sairam to Swami, and my customary, just my displeasure to express my, I would hiss like a snake and express my displeasure about the flowers. I was tongue tied. I had nothing to say. The Lord of Prashanti was standing there with two hands showing me Abhay Hasta in full form. I was so stunned. I forgot this is post Mahasamadhi. I saw Bhagawan. I was so happy. And then I drove home and I reminded myself what a fool I am to every day say, I miss you. I wish you hadn't left me behind. What am I doing here? All that vanished. And then fast forward to about 2 years ago, a very dear brother of mine, a Sai brother of mine in Chennai, um, had been through a very difficult time in his life professionally, which affected his health terribly. And he went through a severe cardiac difficulty. And one day he went to a place called Tiruvannamalai, which is where Ramana Maharishi's ashram is in Tamil Nadu. And he does this on all full moon nights. He does a he walks the entire circumference of that mountain. And he goes with his driver, and it's a routine thing on some full moon nights. They will all walk and contemplate on God. On this particular day, as soon as he started walking, he felt very short of breath. And then he thought it's just some allergies. And then he sat down and then he had a water or something, a cold beverage. And then he started again and it became worse. And then everybody advised him, just stop, get a vehicle to take you back to your car. And he came back to Chennai, underwent some medical procedures, only to be told that he needed immediate cardiac surgery. And no balloon, no angio would help. But whatever investigations they did, he needed an open heart surgery, and it was pretty severe. It was all happening very fast. So his wife, who's like a sister to me, she kept calling me to pray to Swami because they could not first come and then go because everything had to be rushed. So obviously, my husband, my son, and I, we were all praying to Swamis, and they were in great state of panic. On the day of the surgery, all of us went to Ganesha. We have our Ganapati to remove obstacles. We did all the pradakshinas. Then I kind of delegated. I told my husband to pray at such time. I told my son to do keep doing the pradakshinas. I went inside the mandir and I prayed in the morning. Swami, please save this brother's life and let his surgery be successful. And then all day in my office, I was working where I am right now, but in front of me, Swami's big picture. I kept praying to Swami, Swami, please save him, please help with the surgery. And I kept writing to his wife, any update? She would say he's still inside. We have not heard back. He has been taken into the operation theater. Now, the surgery took forever. It got very, very prolonged. And towards the end of the day, she was in panic and she said, "You please go back to the mandir and pray to Swami because he hasn't come out." And there were many other comorbidities to take care of, like a little bit of diabetes and a lot of mental stress in this case. So I ran to, which I rarely do, I ran into the mandir even before Vedam began, like so much so that the person who was on duty, she asked me, "Is it your birthday?" I said, "Why would you think so?" She said, you came so early and nicely dressed. I don't know about the nicely dressed part, but I came early. I told her, "No, one of the volunteers of Vidya Vaini is very unwell. So I just came to pray." That is the truth. And I prayed, and I because the panic in his wife's voice was so real, I could feel her pain and her fright because this guy's been taken into the OT so many hours ago, and he hasn't come out of the operation theater. And this is one of the finest cardiovascular surgeons in Chennai in a very good reputed hospital. I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. I mean, that's all I can do. I have no other power except to pray. And as I was praying, I was sitting on a ledge, and then before me were some people on the black floor, and there was the white marble path, which was Bhagawan's original path on which Bhagawan used to walk or move during darshan. All of a sudden, I see Swami there in the chair, and he how do I say? He mouths the word to me, "I will protect." I heard that. I figured out. He said, "I will protect." The moment I saw Swami say this to me, I knew my brother will make it. He will be fine. But I didn't want to get up and go out and check the phone in my car because my car was parked nearby because I wanted to attend the Mangal Aarti. I went for darshan and then I thanked him profusely. I ran out of the darshan hall. I went to my car to see, and the wife had said he's just come out of the operation and he's in ICU. And doctor says everything is stable. So the long story short, they found the need to then do an open heart surgery, and it was very complicated. I didn't quite understand because later, when my husband and I saw the big cut across his chest, it was like we were going to faint looking only at the stitches. It was so scary. They had to do some because there was a complication in the lung of a lung that was leaking air. So they had to really slice off some muscle and pull off his arm and enter the chest cavity to get to the heart. I'm not a doctor, but it was something quite grotesque and scary. And this brother is close to my age, a couple of years younger. And that day, they took the hospital, because his sister is also a doctor. They said they took a lot of patients, and most of the patients came out in like, because nowadays with angioplasty and all that, a lot of the things patients got their treatment done within a couple of hours, and they were all in their 30s and 40s. He was the only one in his 50s. His was the longest surgery, but he had the shortest stay in the ICU, and he was discharged from the hospital the fastest amongst all those patients, and he recovered fully. So where is he now? All he said to me, "I will protect." And I saw, and a very quiet, sublime Swami, and he said this to me, and I am telling you, brothers and sisters, right now in Prashanti, what you think will manifest, what you say will come to fruition, what you hope for, Swami will grant. Because the energy, the finite form of Swami has become infinite. He has entered everything, every single thing here is permeated with his presence. If you think I'm exaggerating, I challenge you. Come to Prashanti, prove me wrong. This and I'm ready for a duel with you. Trust you me, I have that much confidence. And I urge you wherever you are, think of Prashanti, emboss that Prashanti Nilayam in your heart, and ask that Sai to answer whatever is on your mind. Ask him to guide you. Confusion will dissolve, fear will evaporate, old thought patterns, old tendencies, old confusion will be reduced to a zilch, not. And a new birth is happening for all of us. Because from Prashanti Nilayam, from the spiritual capital of the universe, a resurgence is happening. A new revolution of love, light, and Rudra energy is happening. And the waves that are emanating from and the waves that are emanating from here are touching every creature, every being, every leaf, every river, every cloud, every mountain in the universe. Because the Sai age is here. We have come of age. Swami's centenary is the turning point in the history of all humanity. And all of us have this duty to be kinder to who? First to ourselves. We have to forgive ourselves for all the things that hold us back. What holds us back is our guilt, our regret, our remorse for not doing what we should have done when we should have done, and not speaking up when we should have spoken and not speaking, and for making choices that don't make us feel proud of ourselves today in hindsight. Somewhere along the road, we have to forgive ourselves and we have to extend that forgiveness to everyone around us. In our family, let people be. No, it's not your job and mine to change others, but the only responsibility you and I have is to change ourselves. Be the change you want to see in the world, starting with ourselves. And this is, I am telling you, infinitely, supremely blessed time. There can't be a better moment in your destiny and mine to make that call. Crossover. Crossover into the light and love of Sai so that Swami's love and light flows through us to everybody. And people experience who Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba is through us. I was talking to a very dear, I'm watching the time, I hope I don't go over. I was talking to a very dear friend of mine who was helping me to counsel a young man and find him a job. And that person is everybody deserves a good chance in life, and so does this person. But I was just giving him a context. This person has or their family has always ridiculed my faith in Baba and made fun of Baba also all the time. And the reason I want to go out of my way to try and help them is for them to introduce them to who the power they have ridiculed. I'm not trying to help them because of I'm a great person. I'm helping them because I'm the daughter of Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Bhagwan Baba has given me many second chances. Bhagwan Baba has forgiven me a million times. If Swami has been this kind to me, let me do my little bit to overlook the fact that he has made very or his family members have made very inappropriate jokes about my faith in Swami or jokes about Swami. At that time, I was so offended I can't even begin to tell you. But today, in hindsight, I have matured enough and grown enough to know that it is my bounden duty to introduce them to the sweetness and the selfless love that is Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba by practicing a tiny, teeny bit of his teachings and going out of my way to help this person. If whatever the outcome of my effort, that is in Swami's hands. But at least I'm showing concern and I'm trying to help them and I'm trying to guide them. And my young friend is trying to counsel this boy who needs help regardless of his stand on Swami. So let's all practice unconditional love because Swami is with us 24 by 7. He is in us, around us, above us. I want all of you to sit upright, relaxed, and close your eyes. and remind yourselves that Swami is holding your hand. Bhagawan is in front of you, behind you, above you, below you, within you. But most importantly, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba is you. Every time you feel a warm, fuzzy feeling in your heart when someone is nice to you or when you're nice to someone, Swami is reminding us of his presence. Swami is reminding us of his omnipresence. When unexpectedly you hear an answer to a gnawing problem that has been going on in your head through a stranger's mouth, remind yourself of the omnipresence of Sai. And suddenly, when words come out of your mouth, which were not premeditated, and they act as soothing balm to another person, remind yourself of the omnipresence of Sai. You may open your eyes if you still haven't. And I will close with just one small story. 3 days ago, I was standing in line for darshan in the Kulwant Hall after the Purnahuti, Mangalarati, to go to the Sannidhi to bow at Bhagwan's lotus feet. And a lady who works in the hospital, who is an American, she was standing to get into the line, and she didn't have enough space, so I kind of moved back. I held her by her shoulders. I said, "Come on in, sweet lady." I said, "Sai Ram, come on in, sweet lady." I have no idea from where those words came, and I was not thinking of sweets or sweetness or anything. And she just turned as though it was an electrifying statement I had made. She turned around and said, "What did you just say?" I said, "Welcome, sweet lady." She said, "Oh my God, so many years ago, 27 years ago, the first words Swami had ever spoken to her were the same. And then a day later, when I finished my Mahasamadhi darshan, we were coming out of the Kulwant Hall in front of the big screen. I was praying, and then she said, "How did you?" She came back to me. She said, "How did you come up with those words? Where did they come from?" I said, "I have no idea. I'm an empty head. When Rudram happens, it's so hypnotic. I have no thoughts, no thirst, no body ache. I have a bit of a cold right now, which always I experience all the symptoms when I'm at home, not in the Kulwant Hall. So I said, I have no thoughts, no body ache, no thirst, no pain, no need to use the restroom. I have nothing. I'm just blank. I have no idea from where they came." And then she said, those words meant so much to her. They made her day. That is the omnipresence of God playing on my tongue. I had no control on it. Each one of us is Swami. Each one of us is capable of being a conduit of His grace, love, and omnipresence, provided we really still our minds, we erase all our biases. Atirudram is a great time to get rid of every bias, every repeat pattern injuries, which are that internal chatter, continuous negative talk, self talk of any kind. Leave it in the fire, and let's all rise looking great, grand, and godly, and live, breathe, think, and talk in the omnipresence of Sai. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm very honored to have been a part of this beautiful event. I would like to thank Brother Subri and Mr. Rubin Naidu and all the officials and all my dear sisters and brothers in the beautiful country of South Africa. Jai Sai Ram to all of you.
Thank you to Sister Karuna Munji for the beautiful and inspiring talk this morning. We were truly blessed to be honored with her presence. I hand you over to the devotional wing, who will render a few bhajans.
scripture.
विघ्न विनाशक गणनाथ विघ्न विनाशक गणनाथ सद्गुरु ब्रह्म सनातन हे
सद्गुरु ब्रह्म सनातन हे
सद्गुरु ब्रह्म सनातन हे
सद्गुरु ब्रह्म सनातन हे
परम दया गणतारण हे
परम दया
परम दया गणतारण हे
परम दया
जन्म जदुक विनाशन हे जन्म जदुक विनाशन हे जगदोदारण तारण जगदोदारण तारण साई कृष्ण जनार्दन साई कृष्ण जनार्दन भव भय जलति तारण भव भय जलति तारण सद्गुरु ब्रह्म सनातन हे परम दया गणतारण हे जन्म जदुक विनाशन हे जगदोदारण तारण साई कृष्ण जनार्दन भव भय जलति तारण भव भय जलति तारण सद्गुरु ब्रह्म सनातन हे ओम शांति शांति शांति
Brothers and sisters, now that the formalities are over, we will officially commence the day 2 program. Thank you to the devotional team for setting the tone for the day. I am Sister Roshni Pillai, the not so very strict one according to the SSE students. And it's my pleasure to be your program director for the first half of today. Some house rules. Please turn off your mobiles on silent mode. The ablution facilities are outside the hall, upstairs and downstairs, to my right. And please note that there is a wedding taking place downstairs. So please be mindful of the noise levels, especially when we break and during our lunch times. So let's try and minimize that so we don't interfere with that. Yesterday, we explored some very interesting and significant topics, like the Bhagavatam, that was captivated in a very dynamic way by our young adults. The mind and its role in the cosmic cycle gave us an in-depth reflection and information on various matters, and in a very interesting and innovative way by our team. And it also gave us reminded us of who we really are. The day ended with our Sai blossoms dramatizing the life of Mother Ishwarama, the chosen mother, right? And her life was the best to actually show us the transformation from I to we to E, because she was a very simple and humble mother who then rose to become the mother of God and ultimately the mother of the world. Today, we explore further interesting topics, so let's sit back with open hearts and minds and absorb the lessons that will be facilitated today. The inward journey from I to we to E allows us to reflect deeply on our spiritual journeys. It reminds us to transcend the boundaries of individuality, embrace collective harmony, and ultimately surrender to the divine will. Without further ado, we will now listen to the theme song, I to we to he.
It's amazing how the birds on my window remind me of Kulwantha, and the clock still strikes for darshan even when I'm miles apart. I don't need words to fill my silence. I know our oneness is bliss. And my heart beats in rhythm for you, O Sai, our guiding star. You are the I in me, I am the us in me, I to we to he. You are the I in me, I am the us in me, I to we to he. It is your eyes that sees us all, welcoming us and have us yearning for more. The rays from your hair cover miles and miles, reminding of your loving smile. Sai, the Lord of the world and our hearts, with you we can face any storm. You are our journey and destination, O Sai, our guiding star. You are the I in me, I am the us in me, I to we to he. You are the I in me, I am the us can I offer anything, I wonder? For nothing is mine for me to surrender. We pray to Sathya Sai, Sai the Lord of a million worlds, Sai the Lord of service and love, Sai the Lord of our soul and our heart. May we sing your glory forever. You are the I in me, I am the us in we, I to we to he. You are the I in me, I am the us in we, I to we to he. You are the I in me, I am the us in me, I to we to he. You are the I in me, I am the us in me, I to we to he. Mukti Traya Swarupaya
Beautiful, wasn't that? The first session for today is the road to divinity. Buddhi, the charioteer. I invite Sister Maggie to introduce the team and the topic.
Offering my pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Lord, Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, the Sarva Antaryami. Om Shri Sai Ram, the embodiments of love. After that most powerful and poignant talk by Sister Karuna Munshi, I feel that whatever we are going to say today is going to pale into its significance. She was so powerful, and little did we know when we chose her to speak and gave her this topic that she was actually the right person to present this topic. Don't you think so? Okay, so this is how Bhagawan works, and this is how we also have to think from now onwards. Before we proceed further with this topic on Buddhi, the charioteer, let's remind ourselves of the analogy of the horses. Okay, so here you have the horses pulling the chariot, and according to the Upanishads, the human body is likened to this chariot, the sense organs are likened to the horses, and the mind is likened to the reins. But no matter how beautiful that chariot is, no matter how dependable the horses are, no matter how secure the reins are, all of them will be of no use if there isn't one thing. And what is that? A driver, the charioteer. Isn't that so? So they will be of no use if there is no charioteer, and that charioteer is actually the buddhi, the intellect. And the Atma, if you see the person sitting right at the back there, that's the Atma. It's a silent observer in this entire scenario. So without the charioteer, the horses have two choices. They can either remain fixed in one position, like couch potatoes, like some of us, or they can run helter-skelter. And that's the scenario that plays in our daily lives. The scenario when we let our senses go out of control. Okay? And when we let our senses go out of control, we become hyperactive, we become ADHD, Okay? And we allow ourselves to be ruled by the senses, and because of that, we are unable to recognize and to realize the Atma within. That character, this intellect, has the power and of discrimination and can help you to make correct choices or decisions in this game of life. But in order for the intellect to function optimally, it needs some refinement. And that is the next important step on this road to divinity. So the road to divinity involves unmaking the mind of man and remaking it in the divine mold in order to recognize that Atma that we spoke about. So how's your AI today? All in order? Okay. Yesterday we had several hints and lessons on beginning the inward journey through the Bhagavatam, which reminded us how fortunate we are to be living in a time when the avatar walked the earth. We also covered the lower mind, the memory mind, the thinking mind, and the ego, and the vagaries of these aspects of the lower mind. We also gathered that that intellect that we speak about hides in the background because the thinking mind, the memory mind, and the ego rule. So we first gave you tools to purify the lower mind, and some of the tools that we gave you are your sadhanas, your food through the senses, having love for all, which the sister spoke about, practicing COD, etc. And all this would allow the intellect to come to the fore. But is that enough? Just allowing the intellect to come to the fore. Will purification of the low mind automatically allow the buddhi to function optimally? And I think you know what the answer is. So yesterday Sister Roshni said that her team was the A team. Today we are the B team. Why? We're not letting the ego come to the front, we sit in the back. Okay, so we are taking a back seat and we are allowing the ego and this thinking mind and the memory mind to take this back seat, and we are prepared to make this inward journey. So let's indulge me for a minute. Okay? I want you to picture this. The individual Atma receives its power or energy from the divine Atma. And this intellect is closest to the Atma, and that intellect is capable of receiving 90% of Atmic energy and illumination. Now, if that energy stayed with the intellect, we'd all be walking and behaving like God. Isn't that so? Because you got 90% of Atmic energy. You'll be all godlike, and we don't even have to do anything today. But we know that we struggle to experience and manifest our divinity. And why is that? We'll come back to that in a minute. So let's use this analogy. You know, when you have a spring, at the very, very source of that spring, what can you say about the water? It is perfectly clear, but it's also drinkable. Isn't that so? Now, as that stream goes down the mountain and it joins the rivers and tributaries, etc., what happens to it? It collects dirt along the way and it becomes pollutable. Would you drink that water? No. Okay? So you wouldn't drink from that the water at that point. So here, in a similar manner, this should give you an idea why we struggle to manifest our divinity. The mind derives its power from the buddhi, okay? The senses from the mind and the body from our senses. Now, can you see a similar relationship here? So this buddhi, the intellect is now taking that energy and it's distributing it to the mind and to the senses, and it's coming down to the body. What's happening? There's a dilution in that original 90% that we had spoken about. There's a dilution of that energy, okay? And because of that dilution of this, there's a quantitative as qualitative diminishing of the power that the intellect had. And again, we are also subject to external impurities, our vices, etc. And this further reduces our connection with this divine Atma. Okay? So you all got the bigger picture there. So we then need this dual process of purification of the lower mind, which you saw in the previous slide, and refinement of the intellect for that intellect to function optimally and for that intellect to receive maximum energy and to retain it. And when you do that, then you begin to see that your real light begins to shine. And this inward journey, when the buddhi takes control of the mind, just like the charioteer takes control of the reins, takes us closer to realizing who we are. Okay, so that's your dual process that we are talking about, purification of the lower mind and refinement of the higher mind. Now, in the Taittiriya Upanishad, the buddhi or intellect is compared to a bird. How many of you saw the bird outside? I just want to see how many of you are visiting our exhibition. Oh, I see most of you haven't. Okay, so after this, you're going to go and look at the buddhi bird outside. So why a bird? Why not anything else? Because when you think of a bird in flight, it is perfectly balanced, isn't that so? The head and the tail balance each other in one direction, and the two wings balance each other in the opposite direction. And it is streamlined in such a way that it can actually fly without having to fall down or topple over. Okay? So this 3D balance enables it to stay in flight. And likewise, we as spiritual aspirants must strive for this balance. We have to try to work towards that. So, many of you are familiar with this next picture then, in terms of what the composition of the buddhi is. Okay, so there are 4 aspects to it, and refinement of those 4 aspects will bring out the 5th aspect, which is the I am I principle. So you have the first and most important aspect, which is Shraddha, faith, represented by the head. Then you have yoga, or sense and mind controlled, represented by the tail and balancing the faith or head. And the right wing of the bird is referred to as 3HV or rhythm, or the cosmic rhythm. Sorry, that spelling is wrong there. And then Satyam on the left wing, or the leadership principle. Okay? And when these 4 aspects undergo refinement, then this Mahatattva, the principle of I am I, will become more and more clear. And that's when that big ego becomes that much, becomes smaller. So when the buddhi is refined, we are able to discern truth from falsehood, to form and retain concepts, to reason, to discriminate, to make good judgments, to understand who we really are. And that is so important that that can only happen when we begin to refine that intellect. So the intellect, you can see then, is the key to turning the mind towards your inherent divinity. So if the intellect, or the bird in this case, sits over and nurtures the eggs. And what are those 3 eggs? You should all know it by now. The thinking mind, the memory mind, and the ego. If that bird sits and broods over it and nurtures them, then it can help you to soar to higher levels of awareness and allow you to cross this ocean of samsara that Swami speaks about and reach your destination. So let's now dive deeper into the different steps in which we are going to refine this intellect. And the first step in refining the intellect, like I said, to raise our consciousness, is to increase our faith and intuition, and that must become our very life breath. So that's the first topic, faith and intuition. And I will be presenting, sorry, I'm using the I word here. I'm going to be presenting faith and intuition when we have 4 other presenters who will present the other aspects of this intellect. Okay, so let's start then with raising our consciousness. So faith then must become our very life breath in order to raise our consciousness. Okay. Oops, I gave you the answer already. Okay, so leave it there. Sometimes you don't have control over these gadgets. Okay, so to ask the question then, what is faith? I think you all know what is faith. But knowing it is not enough. We have to be able to understand it and internalize it and make it part of our life, right? So faith is an incredible capacity, the trust without any semblance of doubt in an object or principle. Faith in God and yourself varies from person to person. We know that. And I'll give you an example of that just now. But some people we know also only bring out their faith when they want an urgent solution to their problems. Somebody close to you is dying, somebody close to you is in trouble, then you say, God help me, and if God doesn't help you, what happens? You lose your faith, isn't that so? Okay? So you have to have constant faith. It has to be something that is not off and on like the seasons that we experience. So what happens when we don't have faith? What's the result of us not having faith? Come on, you should know this. Can we have anybody in the audience? So we have doubts, isn't that so? We have doubts, we have fear, we are anxious, and the list can go on. We feel helpless. Okay, so that's it. Doubts, fear, anxiety, and helplessness. So when we have faith, then fear disappears. So let's sing this song that every one of you should be quite familiar with. Sorry, Vyasa, play that one for me, please. It's an automatic play, Vyasa. Okay, so it's why fear when I am here. We're going to just do one line of it. Why fear when I am here? Why fear when I am here? So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord. So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord. Okay, so that's what he's saying to you. I hope you are listening to him. Can you move to the next slide for me, Vyasa, please? So next question is, what is intuition? Okay, I'm going to give you the answer, if you can click there. Intuition is that ability to arrive at the truth about something without the thinking mind being involved and creating doubt. Now, there's a few catchwords that you can use for this. Anybody knows? When you have this intuition, you have a sixth sense, gut feeling. Yes, the gut feeling that you have. So, click please. It's a hunch. It's your internal alarm, okay? And many of us have that. We have that. Sometimes we don't realize it. You know, when things happen to you and you suddenly realize that that was the right decision that you had to make. That's because you have this internal sixth sense within you. So making decisions based on your internal, your intuition, however, requires a leap of faith. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so Steve Jobs, you all know who he is? He's the CEO of Apple and Pixar Animation. And he was able to connect these dots because of his intuition. He was able to see the bigger picture of why sometimes you have to change course in your life. So many of you may not know this, but Steve Jobs dropped out of his college within 6 months of joining it simply because it was expensive. He didn't see any value to it, nor did he know what he would do with his degree later in life. Quitting was scary, but the minute he quit, he was free to do as he pleased. He attended the best calligraphy class in the class, learning everything about the intricate skills of typography, even though at that point in time, there was no hope of any practical application of all that he learned. And much of what he stumbled into out of his curiosity and intuition turned out to be priceless eventually, because 10 years later, when he was designing the first Macintosh computer, he put all this to good use by designing the first computer that the first computer in the world that was embedded with beautiful typography. Now imagine if he hadn't dropped out of college and joined those calligraphy classes, the personal computer that we use today wouldn't have had such brilliant typography. And that is because he used his hunch, that gut sense that he had. So the moral here is that we've got to trust our gut feelings, our intuition, and follow our heart at all times. In other words, have faith in yourself. Now, what about faith in your guru? So there's a nice story that I want to relate to you. There was a guru who had a female disciple, and this guru worshipped Lord Krishna, and he had a lingam to which he offered daily puja and abhishekam. And every day at a specific time, the disciple would bring him the required milk that he needed in order for doing this prayer. But the guru and the disciple lived on opposite sides of the river. And heavy rains came, and the river obviously rose higher and higher. And when it happened, she was late to deliver the milk because she had to wait for a boat in order to get to the other side. And she brought the milk late, and the guru obviously was very, very angry that the puja wasn't performed at the appropriate time. And he said to the disciple, "You are late because of your lack of faith in Krishna, and with faith in him and reciting his sacred name, you could walk across the surface of the river and not have to wait for the boat." So the next day, the disciple, accepting the word of her guru as the word of God himself, walked across the surface of the river and delivered the milk on time. And after 2 or 3 days of this, the guru became curious. You know how men don't like it when women can do things better than them. And he asked the disciple, "How had you arrived on time even though the river was in flood?" The disciple replied that she did as instructed by the guru. She had faith in her guru, and she walked across the river constantly chanting the name of Krishna. Now, still this man couldn't accept it, right? So he couldn't accept it. His ego was too big. He secretly followed her as she departed, and to his astonishment, the woman never hesitated but walked directly across the river. You know, anything you can do, I can do better. So this is what the guru thought. So instantly resolving to try himself, he pulled up his dhoti and above his knees, and he ventured to step onto the water. But the water failed to sustain him, and he drowned. Why? He had no faith. Despite him telling her to have faith, he himself had no faith. So this story emphasizes the vital role of faith. The woman enjoyed full faith, and it never occurred to her to even lift the hem of her sari for fear of the water, whereas the faith was lacking in the guru. So let's now talk about implicit faith. Implicit faith is faith without questioning. Okay, so what you see on the screen there is a picture of Sri Rama Brahman. Rama Brahman was an excellent devotee of Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. He was the caretaker of the Vrindavan campus of the ashram, and was an epitome of total love, devotion, and surrender. Now, Rama Brahman's son was going to be married in Vrindavan, and the bride's family had to travel a very long distance from Chennai to Vrindavan in order to have the wedding conducted, because Swami had promised that he will conduct this wedding. But the day before the wedding, Swami told Rama Brahman to tell the bride's family to cancel the wedding. Now, if you had planned all this wedding and come such a long distance, and somebody told you we're canceling it with no reason given, you would naturally be upset. And that's exactly what happened. They were angry, they were furious, they chastised him, they scolded him, they did everything to him. But he did not budge. He just took Swami's word and he said to them, cancel the wedding. And the next day, the bridegroom was bitten by a snake and died. Can you imagine the change in feelings of the bride's family? Knowing that had their daughter been married that day, she would have become a widow on the same day. Such was the faith of Rama Brahman. So when we are put in a situation where there is negativity, this is an opportunity for us to practice our faith. And real devotion manifests when we adopt the attitude that whatever God does for me is acceptable to me. And there's a nice Telugu saying, Idi na manchi kosame. Everything that happens is for my good only. So the 9 modes of devotion, next slide please, has been given by Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba to help us on our spiritual journey, to increase our faith and to merge with the Lord. I'm going to touch on a few of the 9 modes of devotion. Those of you that are not familiar with it, it's outside in the exhibition, it's displayed there. Shravanam is the first one, listening to the glories of God. You heard that yesterday, where we presented many stories, and we have to listen with this childlike faith and with an open mind. And when we reflect on those words, we begin to practice what is known as Shravanam, Mananam, Nididhasanam, listening, contemplation, and practice. So, the first one example that I'm going to give you is singing and yearning for God. Kirtanam and Smaranam. Singing, Smaranam, yearning for God. Now, Sai Krishna was one of Swami's students and a very good singer. And once in 2005, in November, Swami ignored him. And this carried on for about 6 months. Swami didn't give him the opportunity to sing. And when he even sang, Swami would close his eyes and open it only when he finished singing. And this really, really upset him. And when they were in a session in Kodaikanal, Swami asked for the mics to even be removed when he was singing. And this obviously made him very, very disheartened, and he wanted to go back home. But in the evening, after the chosen boys that Swami had selected had sung, Swami asked who else wants to sing. And Sai Krishna timidly raised his hand, and Swami allowed him to sing. And what follows next is an indication that God is waiting for your prayers as much as you are waiting for Him to bless you. It's a reminder to us not to lose faith. Okay, it's not working on that side. I'm going to try here. Okay, so obviously Swami doesn't want that to play. But let me just give you a gist of what happens in that video there. He begins to sing, and he begins to break down and cry his heart out and sing. And Swami was so moved that it was the first time Swami shed tears. And if you really watch that video, you see how Swami is actually sobbing and crying because of the love and devotion of this devotee. Okay, so the next one is surrender. Devotion should eventually lead to complete surrender, which means sharanagati to the Lord. And when we surrender thus, the ego gets completely sublimated. Complete surrender means the devotee lays down his body, mind, heart, and soul at the lotus feet of the divine and achieves true oneness with him. In other words, the bhakta accepts whatever happens entirely as God's will, whether it is favorable or unfavorable. I am sure you're familiar with this prayer, the prayer of surrender as given by Bhagawan himself. There's also a copy in your booklet that you have been given. Okay, so Prem Anush, if you can go to the next slide, I hope that plays. Okay, Prem Anush talks about surrender, and let's see if Swami wants
How
us
will
to
that
hear it.
surrender come? How will we get that surrender? It can be got only by what Swami says, Shravanam. Keep listening, keep listening. When you constantly listen to all of these stories, it emphasizes to our minds that Swami can cure any problem, solve any problem, remove any pain. When we constantly listen to these stories, we understand that Swami cares and Swami loves. And tomorrow if we have a problem, and if there is a solution not forthcoming from Swami, we have to tell ourselves, he can, he cares, he loves, but he chooses not to solve this problem. So we accept. This boy was suffering from some jaundice or typhoid or something. He could not come for darshan for a few days. Swami just comes up to him, standing there, and this boy gets up. Little sympathy, grace you will get, right? So he got up and very pathetically and very sadly he told Swami, I'm having jaundice. Swami says, Atlana, is that so? Chala santosham, Swami says. For a moment this boy is saying, what is this, Swami? And I thought there'll be some sympathy, some compassion. Swami is saying, Chala santosham. And Swami walks away. See, this contemplation only comes with God's grace. This boy goes back to the hostel and he says, why did Swami tell Chala santosham? This is not very right. And then he starts thinking, see, whatever we do, we go stand in the sun and do sports meet, we go and sing bhajans, we do this, we do that, we clean our toilets, we do the sweep there, do gram seva. Why do we do all of this? It is to please Swami, right? So he said, if I am having a problem and Swami is saying I'm happy about it, why should I be sad about it? I think that is surrender.
Okay, next slide, please.
How
So what is true surrender? And here it's very nicely captured. Irrespective of what happens to you, think of it as God's gift to you. In any situation, joyous or sorrowful, tell yourself, this is good for me. And there's that Telugu saying that I have there. Okay, so I said earlier that absence of faith leads to doubts, fears, anxiety, and helplessness. And in the next slide, you see a mantra, and it's also in your booklet that has been given to each of you. And I want you to take time. I don't have the time. My time is up. I want you to take time to read through that at some point during this conference, internalize it, and let it become the mantra for you, okay? So when we develop faith unconditionally, we will be able to play the game of life. We will be able to face these 4 F's. On the next slide, please. And once we have developed our faith, refinement of the other aspects of the intellect become easier. Follow the master. Click, please. Word means follow your conscience. Face the devil means face all negativities. Fight to the end. It's a lifelong journey. Finish the game and you will achieve fulfillment. And just to sum up then, we have this beautiful saying by Swami, people are in search of shortcuts for everything, even in spirituality. But in practice, there is a shortcut to divinity. There is no need to wander here and there. God is residing in your heart. Turn your vision inward and you can see God instantly. This is the easiest path. I think that's what Sister Karuna was trying to tell us. Where is God? Have full faith that divinity resides in you. If you keep reminding yourself constantly that you are a part of divinity, you are bound to become divine yourself. On the other hand, if the feeling is that you are something apart from the divine, you shall remain far from divinity always. I hope that that makes sense to you on what faith should be and how you should now work towards increasing your faith. I'm now going to hand you over to Sister Pitam Tulsiram, who is going to discuss the next topic, which is mind and sense control, represented by the tail of the bird. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
This is fine. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our Divine Master and our omnipresent Lord. And Om Shri Sai Ram, embodiments of love. I'm so happy to be a part of this B team. B for Buddhi, B for bird. Right, before I start my topic, I would allow me to share with you a little of my history and journey with the Buddhi bird. In the 1990s, during the time of Dr. Singh, Dr. Reddy, Dr. Kupan, and later Dr. Madurai, I was first introduced to this Buddhi bird. And honestly, it traumatized me, right? Then to further add to my trauma, in 2002, a group of us sat for the Human Values Diploma course in the Newlands Sai Center, only to open the exam script and see the bird staring at me. But this time with a little more understanding, thanks to our tutors, Dr. Kupan, Sister Jayashri Singh, and the late Sister Sundari Naidu. By this time, they went through a few programs with us, and there was a little more understanding. They tried so hard to put the information across in the most dynamic way, but I think I was too young to receive the information. Today, I look at this beautiful, magnificent bird of intellect with a newfound respect and much more understanding. So today, I'm going to focus on the tail part of the bird, which represents yoga and is needed to balance the bird, the two wings of the bird, Sathya and rhythm. Just as the tail of an aircraft is needed to balance an aeroplane. The aim of my topic today is to help you understand the tail part of the Buddhi bird that represents yoga. Yoga in this context does not have any, don't confuse it with any of the asanas or for any physical activity. Yoga is the control of sense and mind. So why is sense and mind control important? Firstly, we need to develop an awareness of what is taken in through our senses and the impact it has on our mind and body. Secondly, to raise the consciousness and realize our own divinity. And thirdly, to sharpen the intellect and make informed decisions. Let us now look at what Swami has to say. He says, to control our mind, we should control our five senses. Only then will we be able to realize God. He also says, without the control of the mind, man cannot have peace for even a moment. Further, Swami says, you must master the mind. Do not let the mind master you. So clear was he in his messages to us, so simple. There are a few contributing factors that characterize our daily lives, and you will be familiar with these. In turn, they cause a lack of the sense and mind control. The one is easy access to fast foods and processed foods, and the other is sensory overload of devices, and that you are familiar with, the cell phone, television, internet, and the computer, etc. Hence, the dire need to control the senses and the mind so that we have an opportunity of raising our consciousness and realizing our own divinity. A lack of balance will obviously cause a malfunction. So it is critical for you and I to practice the control of our sense and mind. In 1972, during the summer course in spirituality in Vrindavan, Swami shared with us some gems on dietary discipline for sense and mind control. Swami said, a sattvic diet does not only mean what we take in through our mouths, but the pure air we breathe in through our nose, the pure vision we see through our eyes, and the pure sounds that we listen to with our ears, and the pure places our feet take us to. All that we take through our senses must be sattvic. Sit back and enjoy a little skit, and you may take down some notes if you wish to, right? This is about a psychiatrist and his patient.
Om Sai Ram. Good morning, Ram.
Sorry, the audio is not playing. It's too soft.
Actually, I want to talk to you about a problem I've been having for a very long time.
Oh no. What is it? What seems to be the problem?
It's still a bit too soft.
I've been on a
sorry.
spiritual path for a very long time. I've been practicing Namasmarana regularly, reading Sai literature, participating in study circles, going for service activities, you name it. But I don't feel much transformation happening within myself. In spite of all these disciplines, I'm not able to silence the mind and experience the divinity within. In fact, the mind is getting busier and busier, and now I'm totally confused. What is my problem?
Ah, my son, that is indeed a cause for concern. Let us look at the root of the problem. You see, the mind is nothing but a bundle of thoughts and desires. And Swami has said many times that our thoughts are directly related to the food we eat and our environment. Tell me, Ram, what kind of food do you like to eat?
Well, doctor, as you know, I don't cook much. Why cook when I have so many choices outside? Pizza, pasta, burgers. But you know, I try to eat healthy food as much as I can.
And what part of that is actually healthy?
Well, it's all vegetarian food. Beans have a lot of protein, which is essential for the body.
My dear, just because the food is vegetarian, it does not mean that it's healthy for you. We should also consider the environment that the food has been in. Swami says, the quality of the food is determined by the vibrations that it is charged with through the thought processes of the persons who handle it, prepare it, and serve it. The food is exposed to all kinds of vibrations, which in turn has an impact on your mind. Beans may be good for the body, but the impact of food that it has on the mind is far more greater.
Wow! I did not know the effect eating fast food has on our mind. I should really start cooking more.
Yes, we should also try and eat more live foods. Did you know that we are the only species in the entire planet that cook and alter our food before eating? All other species eat their food in the purest, most raw form. But we fry, bake, boil, and microwave our food. Swami says that when the food is cooked, it partially destroys the life force in the food, which is essential to the functioning of our bodies. Some of the most common health sicknesses we are seeing today is the result of our cooked and processed food.
This is profound, doctor. We should try to eat more food in its raw form, like fruits.
Exactly. Now, let us look at the meaning of food in greater detail. When Swami talks about food, he's talking about not only the food that we eat, but the food that we take in through all our 5 senses: the mouth, ears, eyes, nose, and skin. Tell me, son, what kind of movies do you watch? And what kind of music do you listen to?
Oh, I love action movies. I'm looking forward to seeing the new Fast and Furious movie. My favorite type of music? Other than bhajans, of course? Probably hip-hop.
And you expect to achieve self-realization like this? Oh no, dear Ram. The body is a temple in which God resides. Whatever food we take through our senses is directly feeding the God within us, and in turn affects our spiritual progress. We should not allow anything unclean to enter our body. That is the only way we can silence the mind and experience the divinity within us constantly.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your thoughtful insights. But I do admit, it is very challenging giving up on our old habits and lifestyle. It is nearly impossible to give up these habits.
Yes, that is why Swami advises us to practice a sealing on our desires, to ensure that we have full control on our senses, instead of our senses controlling us.
Yes, Doctor, sense control is needed for purity of body and mind. I shall strive to practice this discipline from now on. I have full faith that this will help me practice silence and connecting with the Swami within.
I thought that was some great food for thought. Pun on the word, food. Right? To sum up the skit, the next slide shows us all the senses and their defects. Brothers and sisters, as much as there are defects, there are also remedies. So please go through that quickly because much was covered in the skit. Did anyone pick up or notice that I only have 4 senses there? And I may have made a mistake? And how many do we have? 5. So from the 5 senses of perception, Swami says that the most important sense organ is the tongue. And why? Because the tongue has 2 important functions, tasting and talking. We have covered taste in the skit, so let us now look at talking. Can you believe our Lord says, if the tongue is conquered, it will virtually amount to mastering all the senses. I repeat, if the tongue is conquered, it will virtually amount to mastering all the senses. Unfortunately, the tongue is prone to 4 sins that you all are familiar with and gets us into trouble from time to time. Uttering lies, carrying tales, criticizing and scandalizing, and excessive talking. Excessive talking. These tendencies deprive us of experiencing peace. So, brothers and sisters, let your speech go through 5 tests. Think before you speak. T, is it the truth? H, will it hurt or harm? Is it helpful? I, will it improve on our silence? Is it inspiring? N, is it necessary? If not, zip it. And the last one, K, is it kind? So what happened to code 7 of the 9-point code of conduct? What is that? Sairam, I can't hear. Speak softly and lovingly. We've been repeating this over decades. But let us try and put this into practice because Swami says, if you can't oblige, at least speak obligingly. And by doing so, many a conflict can be avoided, whether it's at home, at the workplace, or in the Sai organization. So, how does one control their senses? According to Swami, one can control the senses by doing a host of exercises or sadhanas. Today, I'm going to focus on just a few that resonate with me. When the mind is stilled, clarity and awareness is experienced, which leads to genuine peace. So firstly, deep rhythmic breathing with Omkar and meditation sets the tone for my day. Chanting the 21 Oms is the key to unlocking the doorway to the Lord, with the cleansing of the mind, body, and soul. Absolutely beneficial, as the first 10 Oms relate directly to the 5 senses of action and the 5 senses of perception. We all know the following saying, but it's just a reminder: only in the depths of silence can the voice of God be heard. The next exercise is Namasmarana, to fill the mind with thoughts of God by just doing the repetition of the Lord's name. And for me, Om Sai Ram does the magic. How convenient. No particular place, no number of times, anywhere. You can just chant for no reason. And I do it especially in the car. Om Sai Ram, Om Sai Ram. So if you were in my Sai spiritual class, I would have said to you that every morning prayer, every evening prayer, every food prayer, every likit japa that you do you will be making little deposits into your spiritual bank, right? When you're in trouble and you need to make an urgent withdrawal, Swami will be there. But guess what? If you have a low balance or no balance at all, I wonder what would happen then. And the answers from our innocent Sai blossoms were so amazing. I'm just going to share one with you. He said, if the account is low, Swami will take long to come. But if the account is empty, he won't come at all. So brothers and sisters, let us start from today making those little deposits from all that you've learned in the conference today. And I'm sure you will have a healthy balance soon. And for some reason, I don't know why, I feel that the people that chant the Vedic chants, they have like a healthy bank balance. I'm not too sure why I feel that way. Right, the next important exercise that is important to every member, every delegate at this conference, is limiting the many sensory inputs that we use daily. We need to make a conscious effort to control the excessive use of Facebook, Instagram, e-games, television, etc. You know where your time wasters are. Now, if I make the sound, tick tock, what does it remind you of? It reminds you of a clock with the time passing by. So for all those of you who sit on TikTok, the next time think of me and think of how the time just flies by, and you have no idea that that is a great time waster. And another example comes to mind, no names mentioned for my own safety. If Liverpool is playing a match and wins 6-0, is there any reason to watch it 6 times over? Will the score change? No, I'm sure it won't. Okay. I'm only saying that to help a few people in the audience with their time wasters. The next exercise is to consider whether an action is good or bad, right or wrong. Humans are the only species who have that power of discrimination. Let us use it together with a disciplined mind to make the correct choices and to perform good deeds. Swami says, by performing good deeds, they lead to good thoughts, which result in good feelings. This in turn leads to good actions. Good actions become good habits. Good habits give shape to good character, which molds good behavior, and good behavior influences our destiny. The next exercise is keeping good company. Swami tells us, tell me your company, and I will tell you who you are. This point I will further discuss in my conclusion. Lastly, Swami says, treat both good and bad with equal-mindedness. A very difficult task indeed. We are all still working on it, and we will continue working on it. Swami lovingly shares a few stories about people who displayed such equanimity. So sit back and allow me to share with you a few of these stories. The first story is about Tukaram, who was a saintly person. His wife was harsh-tempered and really overbearing. By his calmness and forbearance, he managed to get on with her. Once Tukaram was bringing home in his wagon some sugarcane that he had harvested from his little farm. And as he passed a nearby village, children gathered around him and pleaded for a piece of sugarcane. In his boundless goodness, he shared his sugarcane with them. And by the time he reached home, he had only one stalk left, right? And seeing this, his wife got enraged and struck him with that one stalk of sugarcane. The cane broke into 3 pieces, and Tukaram calmly remarked, I was wondering how to distribute the single stalk with the members of my family. You have helped me solve the problem, my dear. You can keep 1 piece and give the other 2 pieces to our children. Brothers and sisters, that story really got to me, and I enjoyed reading it. And it is all in the Summer Showers 1990. I hope the books are not sold out, Sister Maggie. Right, we have stock. And at this point, I would like to give our brothers a few seconds to just think about how they would have reacted in this situation. Right, Tukaram possessed such forbearance and equanimity. These qualities can only be acquired through the practice of sense and mind control. Swami lovingly shares another story about the great scientist Einstein. Unfortunately, his wife was very rude in her behavior, and because Einstein was always busy with his work, engaged in experiments and investigations, his wife kept reminding him to come and have his food and refreshments. Being very busy and engrossed with his work, he never responded. This angered his wife and made her lose her temper quite often. One day when he came, when he didn't respond, his wife dropped a jug full of water on his head, right? With a shower of words too. Einstein was drenched, but showed no signs of being upset. He simply smiled at his wife and said coolly, every day used to be lightning and thunder, but today is a heavy downpour on my head. Right. His composure in such a provoking situation was admirable. If it were any other husband, who knows what they would have done with that empty jug, right? 2 examples of people who, despite their contrasting situations, showed a high level of equanimity. These beautiful stories must be read by all of you. It is the purity of one's thoughts, sincerity in purpose, and determination in treading the divine path that counts. Brother Rodney said yesterday that the mind can lock and unlock. So as I draw to a close on this topic, we must be assured that Swami, in his infinite compassion, catered for the different levels of spiritual development of man by creating the devotional, educational, and seva wings. That is where keeping good company comes into play. The three wings in the organization help us create an environment that is conducive to our spiritual growth. Whilst there may be different activities with each wing, there is only one purpose that is being served, and that is to awaken our inherent divinity. It is only with the practice of sadhanas will Swami, in that vase that you saw yesterday, will get clearer and clearer. Sisters and brothers, a very short video of Swami who's going to help me sum up my topic for today.
మనసునందున్నటువంటి మాలిన్యాన్ని, అంతఃకరణకు పట్టినటువంటి యొక్క మాలిన్యాన్ని మనము నిర్మూలము గావించుకోవాలంటే సత్కర్మలు, సద్బుద్ధి, సదాలోచన, సచ్చింతన చేత, సత్కర్మల చేత దీనిని పరిశుద్ధం చేసుకోవచ్చు.
If you want to remove the dirt which has accumulated on your mind and antakarana, through good deeds, good thoughts, good words, good action, you can remove them and purify your own.
కనుకనే నీవు చెడ్డను చూడొద్దు, మంచిని చూడు అన్నారు.
Do not see
చెడ్డను వినొద్దు, మంచిని విను అన్నారు.
Do not hear bad things, hear good things only.
ఈ విధమైనటువంటి యొక్క భావాలు మనము మొట్టమొదట అభివృద్ధి పరచుకోవాలి.
Develop such sacred feelings.
చిత్తశుద్ధికి కావాల్సినటువంటి యొక్క మ్యాటర్ ఒక్కటే ఉంటుండాలి.
There is only one thing which is important for purity.
No evil, see what is good. Hear no evil, hear what is good. Think no evil, think what is good. Talk no evil, talk what is good. Do no evil, do what is good. ఇదే పంచభూతములు, పంచప్రాణములు, పంచేంద్రియముల యొక్క ప్రసాదములు. ఈ ప్రసాదాన్ని మనము అభివృద్ధి పరచుకుంటే మన చిత్తశుద్ధి కలుగుతుంది, జ్ఞాన సిద్ధి కూడాను లభిస్తుంది, దివ్యమైనటువంటి యొక్క ఆనందాన్ని అనుభవించగలము.
By this particular process, you can purify your heart and you can also enjoy the bliss of wisdom and make your lives worthy and happy.
Thank you, Swami, for so simply summing up for me. In conclusion, Brother Reuben said yesterday that the stories bring about faith, which is needed to control our sense and mind. I did tell you about Tukaram, I told you about Einstein. Now, quickly, I'm going to share with you a lady who not only lived a life of equanimity, but she lived the values and the 9-point code of conduct, did rhythmic breathing, read Swami's literature, never gossiped, always spoke sweetly and lovingly. And she is my dear mum, Mrs. S. Naika, who passed away just about 2 weeks ago at the age of 96. On the morning of her passing, she chanted the 21 Omkars, did her Vedic chanting and her deep rhythmic breathing. And I can only tell you that she left us with a very heavy spiritual bank balance. And she now lies at the feet of our dear Sai, in the omnipresence of Sai and at the eternal abode of peace. Jai Sai Ram. Thank you. I now have the pleasure in introducing Sister Roshni Pillai, who will take you through the next topic, cosmic rhythm.
Om Sai Ram, sisters and brothers. So we know the right wing of the Buddhi bird represents 3HV, the cosmic rhythm. And this is also Trikarna Suti, which is the purity, unity, and harmony of thought, word, and deed. This is our internal reference or internal reference standard. Sorry, the remote's going before me. Okay, so what is your understanding of 3HV? What does the 3 H's stand for? Anyone very quickly? Head, heart, and the hand. Okay. So just like that of the bird, the wing enables the flight, it plays a role in balance and communication. 3HV, which is the harmony of the head, heart, and hand, are essential elements that must work together to realize our highest potential. Okay, so now let us explore the three aspects and how this helps us on our journey to realize our divinity. If we look at the head represents right thinking, right? It symbolizes wisdom, clarity, and your discrimination. Right thinking ensures that our intellect is pure and focused and always has the spiritual truths. It also prevents us from being swayed from worldly desires and distractions. So how can we practice this in our daily lives? Very quickly. How can we practice that? By engaging in jnana yoga, right? That's a path of knowledge. The bookstore is open. If we can get some Sai literature, that's one of the practices. Okay. So the next age, which represents the heart, which is the right feeling, and it represents love, compassion, and pure emotions. And this connects us to the divinity within ourselves and all those around us. And how do we practice this right feeling? By cultivating bhakti yoga, right? And that is the path of devotion, which Sister Maggie as well as Sister Pidam went through in detail. Then if we look at the hands, right? The hands are the right, it represents right actions. And it symbolizes that the actions should be aligned with dharma or righteousness. And how can we practice this? Karma yoga, right? That is the path of selfless service. And here again, you see the three wings of the organization and the practice of these wings. So we say, when the head, thoughts, and heart and the hand are merged and is in harmony, the mind becomes purified. Swami uses a beautiful analogy of a farmer to demonstrate this 3HV principle. Right, so comparing, if you look at the farmer, he has to work very long and hard hours, right? He has to cultivate this land, he has to prepare the soil in order to plant the seeds. And when he plants the seeds, he has to constantly nurture it, remove the weeds, and water it. Only then will the farmer be able to take home these crops. So too, in our lives, we need to cultivate the heart within. This heart is a piece of land, so we need to actually fill it with all the good qualities of love, truth, and empathy and righteousness. And the weeds that exist in this heart needs to be removed. And the weeds are your ego, your ignorance, the backbiting, the gossiping, etc., right? So we need to get rid of all this. In the absence of purity of the heart, there can never be purity of the mind. And Swami says, once the thoughts are pure, only the pure thoughts are entered, can we focus on the words. Swami uses a beautiful analogy of the family. And he says, we take a lot of time to treat and make sure that our family are all in good shape and in good order. But do we actually take time to take care of the internal family that resides within us. And who are the members of this internal family? They are no other than your thought, word, and your deeds. Right? So we know our mind thinks, the tongue speaks, and the limbs act. Therefore, it is important that we keep these in harmony for our own spiritual well-being. So everything starts with the mind, and everything starts with the thoughts that enters your mind. Many people have gatekeepers at the residence or the offices. And these gatekeepers only allow certain people to enter these properties, right? But when it comes to our minds, in most cases, we don't actually have gatekeepers. And this should be the gatekeeper to check what thoughts enters our minds and which shouldn't. So that's something for us to think about. So maybe let us visualize, your mind having this gatekeeper. So what would your mind or this gatekeeper do in your mind? Right? It will actually think about what kind of thoughts would you allow in, and how do you identify impure or bad thoughts. So that would be the purpose of this gatekeeper in your minds. And then it's always important to remember the WATCH acronym. You want to remind me what the WATCH acronym is, very quickly? Lovely. You have been paying attention. Well done. Okay. So we know the universe is broad and it offers us a lot of pleasures and a lot of things to sustain us. And the universe is the university in which everyone is a student. While you are free to choose the subjects and acquire a degree in what field that you like, in the spiritual field, everyone must complete the basic course in 5 special subjects to attain the degree of divine love. So what do you think these 5 subjects entail? So the values. Okay, it's a good thought, but Swami says it is the degree of divine love is your 5 Ds. Okay? And it is not merely singing bhajans or performing pujas. It is an expression of love from within. That is free of any selfishness. That will then allow you to obtain the degree of divine love. We often tend to put our thoughts into actions bypassing the heart. As I said, your heart is the gatekeeper. So what happens when you think a thought and you immediately put it into action without it filtering to the heart? What would happen? It actually creates inner turmoil. Right, and this inner turmoil is what makes us filled with disease, with negativity. Sorry, this remote, please control that, Brother Vyasa. Okay, so your heart is the filter. It filters out all the right and the wrong. So if you think a thought, you allow your heart to filter out what is good and bad. If a thought is bad, your heart will not allow it to go to your hands. Okay, right. So let us listen to a brief synopsis of a story that details the 3 HV principle. It is called Chepinatu Chestara. Do deeds, follow words.
Scene 1. Krishna's mother teaches a group of women about charity, saying that it must be given to the deserving. But soon after, a blind beggar arrives, pleading for help. She scolds him and sends him away. Moments later, a well-dressed mendicant enters with polished copper vessels, and she welcomes him with respect, offering food and money. Krishna, watching from behind, is confused and approaches his mother. Mother, why didn't you follow what you just thought? Irritated, she dismissed him, saying, Chepinatu chestara, can we always act as we say? And she drags Krishna to his father. Scene 2. A poor student begs Krishna's father for a small donation to pay his school fees. But the father refuses, claiming that he has no money. Moments later, when his colleagues ask for a contribution for an office dinner, he readily donates 20 rupees. Observing this, Krishna questions his dad. Didn't you just say you had no money? Annoyed, his father dismisses him with the same excuse. Chepinatu chestara. Should deed always follow words? And he sends Krishna off to school. Scene 3. At school, the teacher instructs the students to lie to the inspector about how many lessons they have completed, despite preparing to teach them about King Harishchandra, known for his commitment to truth. Krishna, confused by the contradiction, asks, Sir, why don't you follow what you teach? The teacher angrily responds, Chepinatu chestara. Should advisors always follow their own advice? The next day, Krishna refuses to go to school, declaring that it is a waste of time. His mother is worried and calls for his father and teacher. When they arrive, Krishna tells them with conviction, if everything you teach as mother, father, and teacher is just to be spoken and never to be followed, then why should I learn anything at all? This powerful statement opens the elders' eyes to their own hypocrisy. They accept little Krishna as their guru and pledge to always align their actions with their words.
Dear brothers and sisters, this story was written by Swami himself at a tender age of 12. How often do we say one thing and do another? How often do we teach values but fail to practice them? Let us remember Krishna's lesson today. Integrity is when our words and actions are one. So I ask you, Chepinatu chestara. Let's reflect and let us be the change. Let us walk the talk. I would like you all to join us in this beautiful bhajan that illustrates how we can offer our best selves to Bhagawan. Brother Yati should lead us in this bhajan.
O Lord, purify me and make my heart worth stealing, a precious possession that's full of love and feeling. O Lord, purify me and make my heart worth stealing, a precious possession that's full of love and feeling. Take every good thought and take every action. Take every good thought and take every action. Soaked in the sweetness of love and compassion. Soaked in the sweetness of love and compassion. O Lord, purify me and make my heart worth stealing, a precious possession that's full of loving feeling.
So, sisters and brothers, let us remember the heart, which is the piece of land. Let us cultivate it with the love and devotion and rid ourselves of all negativity. The next segment is Satyam and leadership, which is represented by the left wing of the Buddhi bird, and this will be facilitated by Uncle Dharma.
My humble pranam, excuse me, my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagawan, Om Sai Ram, embodiments of love. Having explored faith, mind and sense control, and rhythm, we now turn to the fourth aspect of the intellect, that is, Satyam, which is truth, and its relationship to the Mahavakya of leadership. Now, truth is foundational to the universe. Swami has always guided us to follow truth and tread the path of self-realization. Now, in the hierarchy of the core values, truth stands first, followed by right conduct, peace, love, and non-violence. So, sisters and brothers, looking at the Buddhi bird, you see where Satyam fits in. Okay, now let us explore truth to a little bit of detail. Next slide, please. So what you see there is two levels of truth. Firstly, we see transient truth. As you can see on the left-hand side, it's valid for a limited time. It is temporary and not always available to us in our daily life. As we see in the example, transient truth is about telling through speech or writing what one has seen. And this has to be factual. And this is some of our challenge in daily life. You see, the grass is green at the moment, but a few months later the grass would be dry. Hence, as much as this level of truth is transient, but it's an important aspect of our life as we experience this in our daily life. And then we look at permanent truth. Swami has always guided us that truth is permanent and unchanging. Through his teachings, Swami has inspired us to follow the path of self-realization, which is not an easy thing, but this is what we have been doing, throughout this conference. Next slide, please. So, what are we seeing now? What prevents us from experiencing truth? And we've gone through this already this morning. But, as we can see, next slide, please, it's the mind. The mind and our senses. So, what do we need to do? Let us look at how we can purify the mind. Already, we have heard quite a bit about the purification of the mind. what else can we do in addition? How can we direct the mind? Sometimes also referred to as taming the mind. Very important. The key is knowing that we are divine, and I think all of us know that, and having a deep, persistent yearning to experience the divinity within. But to be able to do that, what do we need? We need discipline, inner and outer discipline. What does this mean? You all know it. Inner discipline, mind, our thinking, and our feeling. Outer discipline is our speech and our conduct. Now, when we follow this approach and this discipline, now discipline is not easy. All of us practice Swami's teachings, like sense and mind control, like morning prayer, but are we consistent? Now that is the challenge. Now if we have developed discipline, then we are able to practice 3HV. And you all know what 3HV is? But adding to it is the unity and purity of head, heart, and hand. And having followed this, we can then follow our conscience, our ability, excuse me, our ability to follow our conscience increases. What is conscience? I think we know the answer. It is way beyond our consciousness. It is very close to our Atma, very close to the intellect, which receives 90% of Atmic reflection. Next slide, please. So we've already seen this beautiful video on purification of the mind. What can we do in addition? Sorry, brother, go back one, please. What can we do in addition to what we've already seen and heard? What can we do? We can just be consistent and have faith in Swami, as we heard a little earlier on. And we can then accomplish the goal we see out there. Next slide, please. Okay, we now come to the important part of leadership. What is leadership? Very simply, it is our capacity and ability to frame realistic plans and then persuading others. Click, please. Persuading others, our team, to implement them. But bear in mind, also, we need to be part of the team that is involved. If we're just telling people to implement them, it was not going to be so effective. But we need to be part of the team. So in essence, leadership is about knowing what to do and getting things done. Next slide, please. So what are some of the characteristics of a good leader? Firstly, Swami says that good leaders align themselves to thought, word, and deed. And this means they say what they think and do what they say. It is so, so important. Sometimes we forget, and as we just heard earlier, thought, word, and deed needs to be purified. Next slide, please. So, what do good leaders do? Good leaders introspect. They introspect often and think about, do I communicate clearly? Do I keep an open mind? Do I invite suggestions? Do I ooze positivity? Do I enable people to approach me? Am I approachable? Do I build relationship through encouragement? Do I give credit where it is due? In other words, do I empower our team? Now, brothers and sisters, how many of us can give ourselves full marks for all of those? So, think about it. Next slide, please. So, who is an ideal leader? Let's watch a video on this. Thank you. Can you not play? Okay. Sorry, sisters and brothers, this beautiful video is not playing. Hopefully, later in the program, we'll be able to play that video for you, because Swami tells us, what an ideal leader should be in this video. So now we're looking at the Mahavakya of leadership. Now, as we go through this, sisters and brothers, we just need to remember, you're already good leaders, without a doubt. So, as we go through Swami's great utterance, we keep in mind that what we are going through and here this morning is about making us better leaders. All of us have the capacity to become better leaders, right? Yes? I can't hear. We all have the capacity to be better leaders. Don't ever forget that you are already good leaders. That is why you are here. Now, we can visualize Mahavakya of leadership through a triangle, inverted triangle, at the top of which is to be. What is to be? It is the essence of the individual, the entire being, which encompasses his or her character, values, and much more. That is what to be is. And this is one of the reasons that why it occupies largest portion of the triangle. That is because it is foundational to good leadership. So, next we find below that, to do. What is this? What is to do? To conduct ourselves with faith, responsibly, and having a style of leadership that enables people to approach us. And this is so, so important. And we practicing human values. And if we are practitioners of human values and we lead by example, then others will follow. Next we come to see. What does to see mean? It means to see the progress of what is happening on the ground, what is happening in your team. How are your people? It is so, so important to get feedback and at the same time be able to observe what is happening to whatever projects that is happening at that point in time. Now keep in mind, the walkabout leadership or walkabout management is a very important component of to see. Are we sitting in our chairs and getting feedback, or are we talking to people? And if we are fully informed about what is happening on the ground, we can then communicate to our team, heart to heart, on what is need to be done. Okay, next slide, please. So, sisters and brothers, this framework applies universally, irrespective of whether you're a manager, whether you're a family member, community worker. It applies in all spheres of life. Now let us look at the universal inner structure. You can see all the components of this. But what is important? The two parts where you have character and knowledge. Okay? Now, for effective leadership, what we need is a balance in knowledge and character. The one without the other results in an imbalance and thus ineffective leadership. What happens if we have ineffective leadership? You get chaos. You can get chaos. You lose trust. People lose trust in you. And hence, you as a leader not able to carry out your leadership role effectively. Next slide, please. So, and here we see about what good leaders should be, and they need to practice equanimity. What is this? Swami tells us that we should practice equanimity in the face of criticism. And here, do not, forget the good that you have done to others and the harm others have done to us. And there's a beautiful story. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, but where Lord Buddha went for alms, in a community that he was well-liked, but he was accosted by rabble-rousers who criticized him. He let them do so and said, I'm happy to give you joy without spending any money. And he explained it thus: if someone comes to your door, you give them alms, and they don't accept it, you don't accept it, it goes back to them. Similarly with criticism. So, loving sisters and brothers, we now move on to the next stage of this aspect. Next slide, please, where we look at leadership. All of you know, most of you know Nelson Mandela. He was a powerful advocate of freedom and a champion of forgiveness. Now, he is well remembered for his statement as he left prison. He said, if I do not forgive the people that imprisoned me, I will be in prison for the rest of my life. How powerful is that? Now, sisters and brothers, are we such leaders? This is what Swami expects of us. Forgiveness is one of the highest values associated with non-violence. Next slide, please. Now we see Greta Thunberg, who was a visionary at a very young age. At the age of 15, she went on extended hunger strike, thus inspiring world leaders to do more to save the planet. So, sisters and brothers, what can we learn from this? Think about it. Are we doing enough to save the planet? Are we doing enough to save the planet? I ask you. No. Can we do a little bit more? Yes, we can. As we move on from today, we will make every effort to do a little bit more to save the planet. Next slide, please. So we have a beautiful message to the youth. And unfortunately, due to time constraints, I've got to cut it short. But Swami shares with us a beautiful story of a lion cub who at birth lost the mother. And a shepherd adopted the cub, and it followed the sheep, eating grass, believing it to be one, until eventually a passing lion got hold of it and showed its reflection in a lake. It then became aware of its true identity, that it is not a sheep, it is a lion. Now, sisters and brothers, we are all, as leaders in Swami's army, we are the lions. So we conduct ourselves as Swami wants us, following the Master as we always do, but at the same time, not not be like sheep, but be an inspiration to our team. Next slide, please. How am I for time? I got 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. So how does leadership support the inward journey? Firstly, acting with truth and selflessness clears the conscience. But that takes a little time. We need to realize and ask ourselves, is Swami watching over us? Would Swami support what we're doing? And remember that as we practice the values in this journey and clear all the vasanas, we get to the awareness that the Atma is shining. But remember, the Atma is always shining. It is our vasanas accumulated that are blocking it. Next slide, please. I think, in conclusion, sisters and brothers, we see here that leadership is not about positions or titles. It is about connection, influence, and humility. And Nelson Mandela is a great advocate of humility that we can follow. At its highest, leadership is about adding value to the world and blessing through the work that we do, the work that you do. And with that, I love and leave you. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Sorry, I forgot to introduce the next presenter. Dr. Kupan is already coming up. Thank you.
Okay, good morning everybody, and Om Sai Ram to you all. Can we have the next slide, please? So my job is to summarize what you've experienced in the last 2 days, and I'm going to try and do that in a very simplified way. Now, when you're born, you're a little bundle of something, and you eat and you carry on messing and you can continue to eat. And that's all we look at, and the mothers will coo and whoo, but that's not what we really are. When we grow older, we know that we need to engage in school and refine the mind, etc. So that process leads us to understanding that there is something else that we have to deal with, and that is the mind. But subtler than that is that every human being comes with a necklace of karma. We all come with a necklace of karma that we have to pay off. And that brings us enormous distress. It brings us pain, suffering, good karma and bad karma. And that is tempered against the refinement of what we have to do as part of our growth in this field. So when we look at the inner instrument, it's made up of a lower mind and a higher mind. The lower mind is, if you've never had a chance to think about this before, this is your first encounter with the Buddhi bird. There isn't a bird in your head, by the way. No such bird. This is a metaphor for an idea. And that is because the mind is a bundle of likes, desires, thoughts, etc. It's not tangible. You can't see it. You can't feel it. But it's happening to you. And these likes and dislikes are playing themselves out. Have you ever wondered why some days you're so calm and serene and other days you're like a raving lunatic? Ever wondered? Well, something is happening. Something is triggering this off. And it gives you the distortion. So the lower mind then is made up of the thinking mind. It's made up of the memory aspect. And it's made up of the ego. And these three, the thinking mind, the memory, and the ego, are challenged by distortions. Now, this distortion in the lower mind, at the level of the thinking mind, is vikshepa. It's the wavering mind. And to bring that under control, you have to practice some form of discipline that builds faith. Things like the Bhagavatam, things like practicing silent sitting, things like meditation. And that will bring some control over that mind. Now, you'll know when your vikshepa is in full flight or whether vikshepa is under control. You'll have fewer thoughts, fewer agitations, fewer worries, fewer distortions. The next aspect is the aspect relating to memory. And this memory is made up of vasanas. Vasanas are stored impressions coming from many, many lives. What you're dealing with is not the vasanas of this life only. You're dealing with umpteen lives. Who knows how many births you've had, and each one you're carrying these impressions. But you're adding to it now through the food that you're eating. Food that you take through your mouth, through your other 5 senses. They can be rajasic, tamasic, or they can be sattvic. And it is the sattvic food that purifies the mind. So Swami says all other sadhanas are irrelevant if you don't follow the dietary requirement. You can forget everything else you did. You can forget whatever we've done for the last 2 days. If you haven't made the choice to follow a sattvic diet, then you will have failed. Now, the sattvic diet is not an easy thing to do. You get going with it, you ask Swami for help, and that will refine it. But more than that are the other vasanas that are lying in wait. You know, vasana is like a weed, like a spring. You cut it off, before you turn around, it's growing again. And to bring that under control, Swami says that you've got to bury it under a huge layer of sand, namasmarana. Right? Namasmarana, as you layer it, the weed can't grow anymore. And then vibrationally, to remove those vasanas, we use Omkar as the technique. Omkar purifies this. Now, as these vasanas get lesser and lesser and lesser, you begin to find that you're not agitated as much and that these memories don't come up as often. So today, the psychiatrists' rooms are very full, you know. Everybody's got some issue. And that tells you that there's some hectic vasanas at play here. All you can say is it's a hectic vasana. It doesn't matter what tablet you use or don't use. You've got hectic vasanas. And the way to overcome that is by practicing one of these sadhanas. That is Omkar, 21 times in the morning. Namasmarana you can do any time, and change your food. Spend some time outside in the sun. That also brings about improvement in depression. So this purification of the memory aspect is an important part of what we do, because it's not going to end in a short time. It's a long time that it's going to take, and when will we get going? Now, whilst we're doing all of that, we have our karma that we do. Remember we said we come with a necklace of karma? Well, Swami is there to help you. The grace you earn through doing what Swami has said earns you this karma. It earns you the grace, rather. And the grace begins to neutralize your karma. When you see Swami walking around and he does this, some lucky person or persons in that crowd is getting 3 lifetimes of their karma being lifted. Then we have special grace from Swami. Swami gives us that special grace even without asking. So your karma can be accomplished, can be redeemed just by the grace of God. Right, then we have avarana. Avarana is the cloak, the dark cloak over the mirror. And this can only be done by removing the I and we. The avarana cloth is made up of the warp and weave of I and mine. If you use those 2 words, I and mine, often in your speech, you know you're working from the ego. Very hard to overcome it. You'll get going with it. So you've got to learn to speak in terms of we. And then sometimes someone will ask, well, who's we? Only you here. And they say, me and Swami. Okay? So avarana can be only overcome by selfless service. The more you serve selflessly, the more that happens. So that's the lower mind, that's the purification of the lower mind. And if we don't start that, we don't make any progress. We've got to get that going. And you know, you don't have to do all those sadhanas. Take one or two and do it, and it will have the effect. Then we come to the higher mind, which is the buddhi bird. And the higher mind is made up of faith and intuition, the yoga and sense, or the sense and mind control. The right wing is rhythm, left wing is satyam. And those are being refined as we go along. And the bird, the body of the bird is the I am I, the Mahatattva. When you've refined the buddhi bird and you purify the lower mind, what begins to emanate is your atmic reality. Atma doesn't come into you. Atma is there all the time. It becomes visible to you when you diminish this pollution in the consciousness. So this is called Chitta Suddhi Yoga, the purification of consciousness. That's what it really means. And you can purify this daily by just engaging a little bit every day, and you'll notice that your life will change. Now, the most profound of these sadhanas that we can do for refining the intellect, can we have the next slide, please? Is the Gayatri Mantra. The Gayatri Mantra is a universal mantra, and it does many, many things. It can protect you when you're in danger. It can protect you when you're driving. Swami says when you drive your car, say the Gayatri Mantra. When you're cooking the food, say the Gayatri Mantra. When you're taking a bath, say the Gayatri Mantra. And you can use it whenever you want, because it purifies the three gunas that pollute the mind, pollute the higher mind. It refines the sattva guna to be more sattvic. It refines the rajasic guna, and it refines the tamasic guna. Those qualities become less and less powerful as you engage it. So let's chant the Gayatri. Now we're going to play it. Swami says, chants it. We'll chant it together. Dhiyo yo na prachodayat. Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayat. Okay. Right, so that's one universal mantra. If you never did any other sadhana in your life, if you only took the Gayatri and you started to work it every day, use it as your one sole sadhana that you want to do, it will purify and refine your intellect. Now, that effect will have its cascading effect down from the higher mind to the lower mind. You'll find you'll give up the rajasic, tamasic foods. You'll give up many things that you thought you couldn't do without. But the refinement of the intellect happens by the Gayatri. Now, the others have gone through how you enhance faith and intuition, how you develop sense and mind control, how you develop the 3HV, how you develop the intellect, the Satyam. These are practical things you can do, but start with one thing at least, and that is the Gayatri. Right? How many of you practice Gayatri mantra every day? Oh, sizable number. So do that as a routine. Those of you who haven't started it, start it now. You know the mantra, and that will give you great responsibility in terms of your inner sadhana. So sadhana then is the inward path. The outward path is the outer part of the mind. And if the mind is involved in the outward path, it becomes challenging for you. Swami says it's like a hub, a wheel with a hub and spokes going out of the wheel. If you follow the spokes, you are inviting danger, frustration, worry, anxiety. Anybody got that? No anxiety. No worry. Right. So if you want to be free of that, you've got to stay in the center of the hub. And that center of the hub is where your mind is less distorted. It's least distorted. It has no distortion. So, Swami is giving us all these ideas that we are challenged by, that we are approaching a time now, and I think it's happening in India now, and Sister Karuna explained this vision of how she is involved with Swami. Suddenly Swami is appearing everywhere. The power of his presence is everywhere. That's what the Atmic reality is. Okay, next slide please. So what then is the Mahatattva? Next slide. When you purify this enough, you will find that the Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram, the truth, the goodness and beauty begins to emanate from you. You don't try to achieve it. It will come out of you. The next one is being, awareness, and bliss. This will also start to emanate from you. Bliss is a most amazing phenomenon because it is a unbroken unhappiness, unbroken joy. And that will become aware to you. So you start to lose your reality of the world that you think you are so caught up in. You believe that you have this world that you have to be attached to, you have duties, etc. Swami says, yes, those are there, but they will fade. When you're dead and gone, who's going to worry about you? 100 years from now, who will remember you? No one. All right? So your journey is to approach that undisturbed center of yourself. That's where you're heading for in the inward path. And then we have love and joy and peace. These are emanations coming from the Atma. Next slide. And then we have the qualities of omnipresence, omnipotence, omniscience, omnifelicity. These are attributes that come from the Atma. Now Swami expresses this quite clearly. He expresses his omnipresence, being everywhere at the same time, all the time. Omnipotence, of being able to sustain, destroy, transmute at will. Omniscience, being knowing the past, present, future. These are emanations coming out from your Atmic reality. So do you want to now travel this path of the inward journey? It's a starting point. Are we going to travel that path, and are we going to arrive at this Atmic reality? It's an effect that can take up to 35, 40, 50 years in this lifetime. No guarantee it's going to happen in another lifetime, Swami said, right? But if you have Swami as your guide and your guide and your leader, then you will approach this in a much more refined way. There's no struggling with your sadhana. There's no trying to get to grips with your sadhana. There's no struggle with it. Its sadhana should be pleasant and moderate. Just take it up and do it. Start with the Gayatri. Start with the change in your food. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this truth, goodness, beauty, this being, awareness, bliss, this love, peace, joy, this omnipresence brings us to the awareness that I am I. When the agitations of the mind have been subdued, lower mind has been purified, when the agitations, when the contamination in the intellect has been brought under control, then you begin to feel this Atmic reality. It is a most powerful state to be in because it's peppered by silence, absolute silence. And when you touch that silence, you know that you are living in Atmic awareness. And who is that Atma but Swami? Okay? So Sister Karuna gave us a very wonderful, apt description of what that reality could be like. Because we are experiencing it now. More and more people are awakening to Swami's reality around us. And although Swami is not here in a physical body, he is present here with us all the time. Okay? Jai Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. Thank you very much, Dr. Kupan, for tying it up on the last aspect of the Buddhi bird to realize who we are. I'd like to call now the panelists for our next item. Sorry, before that, you may have noticed we've skipped the tea break. We're just trying to make up some time. But I would like to call the panelists for our next panel discussion, led by Uncle Ruben, to the stage, please. That would be Uncle Ruben, Sister Roshni Pillai, Brother Rodney, Brother Krishan, Brother Pulen, and Sister Sandy. Sorry, Auntie Roshni Singh, please. Sorry, my apologies. We have a little announcement. We have been directing everyone to visit our exhibition outside. You may or may not have noticed that there is a QR code on the exhibit. Please do scan the QR code in the exhibition area to get more information about the exhibits. The information will also be shared on the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Education South Africa website. Just in case you're not aware of how to scan our QR code, you open to your phone's camera, you point the camera at the QR code, your phone will automatically recognize the code and you will get an on-screen notification or a prompt, and please do follow the instructions from the prompt. So, Uncle Dr. Kupan has provided a very beautiful and concise summary, a summation of the Buddhi bird today. In our panel discussion that we will be starting shortly, we will be discussing the descent of God for the ascension of mankind. As Brother Rodney mentioned yesterday, what is the rarest phenomenon in this world? It is, of course, the descent of an avatar. The panel this morning will be furthering on that discussion and on how we can realize
Om Shri Sai Ram, dear sisters and brothers. Okay, so this is a panel discussion. I think for the entire morning and for a good part of yesterday, we were talking about the descent of divinity on earth, which gives man an opportunity to ascend to greater spiritual heights. But we do know that we do not live in isolation, that the world in which we live is quite, in some cases, quite puzzling, but at most, it comprises an integration of various facets that affect our daily lives. We are affected, for example, by the politics of the day. We are affected by the economic circumstances. And these, to a large extent, drive the kind of resources that are made available to us. Water supply, electricity supply, food supply, social welfare services from the department, and so on. And they impact our lives on a daily basis. But Swami, obviously in his infinite wisdom, has informed us that if we really put human values first into each of these facets that affect our lives, that much of the dilemmas that modern or 21st century man is facing will be eradicated. So this presentation that we have here today is informed by a quote that Swami has given, and I think we are blocking some of you, which says, "Politics without principles, education without character, science without humanity, and commerce without morality are not only useless, but also positively dangerous." Thank you. We will not ask our sisters to move. They're the fairer part of the stage. Okay. So, dear sisters and brothers, we're going to interrogate this. We're going to do it in the form of our panel discussion, and let me just introduce the panel to you. On my right there is Sister Sandy Kalyan. Sister Sandy used to be an educator, but she's a psychologist, and she's also served as Member of Parliament in South Africa. And Sister Sandy is going to talk about politics and Swami's perspective on politics. Then we have Sister Roshni Singh, who I think all of you know is the director of the Institute. And Sister Roshni Singh is going to talk about Educare. And quite importantly, we're going to cover a bit about our beautiful and precious Sathya Sai school in Lenasia that Swami has given us. On my left is Brother Sunil. Brother Sunil is on the Central Trust, a member of the Central Trust, and he's going to give us some perspective on finance. Then we have Brother Pulen. Brother Pulen Mudli is actually a pharmacist by profession, but he used to be the National Medical Coordinator up until December last year. And he's going to speak mainly about Medicare and Swami's perspective or Swami's teachings on medicine and the availability of medical care. And then we have Brother Rodney, and you've been introduced to Brother Rodney. You know that Brother Rodney is the zonal SSE coordinator, but more importantly, he's a family man. And so Brother Rodney is going to give us some insight into making our homes SSE or Sai compliant, so that our families and the organization at large would benefit from something like that. Okay, so I would start then. I'm so tired of giving the ladies first choice. So I'm going to start with a very, very important aspect, and that's Medicare. And I'm going to ask Brother Pulen to just give us a perspective of what Swami says about Medicare and medical. Thank you, Brother Pulen.
Thank you, Guru. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of my dear Swami, and loving Sai Ram's embodiments of love. Okay, lunch is around the corner. I think we can do better than that. Om Sai Ram, embodiments of love. That's better. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about medical. And the idea is, in order for us to answer the question about human values in healthcare, we need to understand what Swami says about healthcare and what the requirements are and how to provide that perfect Sai excellence when it comes to healthcare. And Swami has given us 6 principles in order to reach ideal healthcare. The first of which is universal healthcare. And what Swami means by this is the state of the art, the most modern equipment, the most modern medicine must be available to all. The most underprivileged and impoverished healthcare must be available to all on this planet. The second principle is free healthcare. Swami says everyone must have access to healthcare, no matter who you are. The third is loving healthcare. With this love, it's not only important for us to provide healthcare, but it's important for us to provide healthcare with that love and that compassion. And that is very important. And the next principle is comprehensive healthcare. Now, what Swami has said is that providing medicine and providing equipment to help with procedures and stuff is just not enough. We not only need to treat the body. The body, yes, is this vehicle, but we need to treat the mind, the body, and the soul. So there must be a comprehensive treatment when it comes to healthcare in this country, or throughout the world for that matter. The next principle is preventative healthcare. What's more important than preventative healthcare? I mean, we see in our current communities the high incidence of diabetes, the high incidence of hypertension, high cholesterol levels. A lot of people suffering with children suffering with eczema and asthma. And we can speak to them about preventative healthcare. So prevention is better than cure. And then finally, Swami says we need immediate healthcare. When he means immediate healthcare, we have individuals that need care right now. We need to give them that care right now. We must be in a position to do that. We can't wait 6 months, we can't wait a year. We need to give them that care now. So let's look at the current status of our healthcare, and we've spoken specifically about our country, South Africa. We've got 2 sectors. We've got our public sector, and we've got our private sector. So if we look at our public sector, now unfortunately, there's severe lack of resources in the public sector. Resources in terms of human resources. We know about the shortages in state hospitals for doctors and nurses. There's a severe shortage of equipment. Broken equipment is not repaired. There's no replacements for that equipment. We know about the shortages of medicine. Most often we'll see patients that are on chronic medication not getting the full quantity of chronic medication simply because there is not enough resources for that. Then the facilities tend to be run down. So these facilities need to be updated, and again, there's no financial resources to get that done. And then we're talking about a large number of patients that are waiting to see the healthcare professional. And because there's such an enormity of people waiting to see the healthcare, there's a huge amount of pressure on the limited resources within these facilities. And with this limited resources, we find that the proper due diligence is not being done. So the proper healthcare is not being given. We find the patients having to repeatedly come forward in order for a proper diagnosis to be met. And there's shortages, like I mentioned, of medication and such. And then there's long waiting periods. I mean, I'm sure there's some of you here that are waiting for 8 to 10 hours at state facilities in order to see a healthcare worker, and then further even more hours thereafter to get to the pharmacy to get medication. So those are some of the issues that we are facing in the state hospitals. Now, in the private sector, just the extreme costs discriminates against people that cannot afford this type of healthcare. And the industry itself, a large portion of the industry has become commercialized. So we find that wealth in terms of money has taken over from health. So these are the 2 big issues in the public. These are the issues, in the public and the private sector that are facing. So bearing this in mind, and bearing the issues that we are facing, and the 6 principles that Swami has given us to ideal healthcare, the medical programs have been structured to see how we, as individuals of Sai, come together so that we can provide programs that can be given at no cost with love and compassion. So post-COVID, we found that obviously the medical program had been closed down for a period of about 2 years. We took this into consideration in order for us to try and facilitate different programs and how we can influence the country in a positive direction in terms of healthcare. And these are the types of programs that we looked at, and these are the type of programs that we're running currently. So firstly, we've set up fixed site clinics in the country. There's 2 fixed site clinics in the country. And this gives some kind of stability to the communities in those areas, because they understand that every single month there is a clinic being held, and they have access to this particular clinic, these particular clinics. And these clinics provide different disciplines: medical, dental, optometry, and other allied services as well. So it's important to create this sort of stability, especially in a community where people cannot afford to visit private facilities, or people cannot wait in long lines in state facilities. Then we've got our outreach programs. And our outreach programs have been designed not only for rural areas, but for suburban areas, where again, because of the lack of proper facilities in the state, right, they do not have access to good healthcare. So we've got outreach programs that are there to provide healthcare facilities in terms of medical, dental, and optometry as well. We've looked at how can we possibly affect the future of this country in terms of bringing about adding value. And we thought, let's look at the children and the youth. Let's see if we can add some kind of value. And that brought about the schools program. Now the schools program is an exceptionally important program, because so often children's health is a disadvantage. It actually affects their educational upbringing. Whether it be poor eyesight, whether it be dental issues, whether it be medical issues, things like asthma or eczema. Unfortunately, the children, again, do not have access to proper healthcare facilities. And so we started a program of going into schools and doing medical programs, dental programs, and optom programs, giving glasses to the children for those that had eye problems. So it's a wonderful project, and I encourage all devotees, if you have an opportunity to be part of these programs, it is such a fabulous program to be part of, because you're actually affecting change, future change, by getting involved with these kids. Because so many of these kids, by these healthcare programs that are being run at school level, actually changes the way and the outlook going forward in terms of medical and the schooling career. And then we've launched our cataract program. What a fantastic program. I mean, in private practice, we're looking at between 21 and 30,000 rand to get one eye done. We've managed to reduce that cost to 900 rand to the organization per person per eye. It is absolutely fantastic the way the team has worked, the medical team has worked together to try and bring these costs down. Through our optom programs, we've identified individuals that require cataract surgery, and we, together with our doctors on hand and our optometrists, we're able to facilitate them getting with very short waiting periods of time. And if you consider the waiting period currently post-COVID and the cataracts, especially in the state, where we have 3,000 and 4,000 on the waiting list, we'll be able to facilitate this program and get these patients through to the cataract program. Again, you know, it would be fantastic to get devotees on board with regard to this program. It is a fabulous program.
Brother Pulen, sorry to brought in. So we know, well, the medical team is doing fantastic work. I mean, when I think about from over 20,000 to 900 rand, it had to have the magic number 9 in it, right? When I think about that, brother, I know that the medical team, they plan to roll out several Medicare and holistic programs this year, together with the ladies' wing. Do you want to tell us about these wellness programs that our sisters and brothers in the Sai family can look forward to this year? And there's been a change in focus, and I'm sure that when these programs go to our different areas, they're going to look forward to it. Can you just tell us about it, please?
Yeah, thank you, Brother Rum, for the question. Look, wellness programs are nothing new to the organization. We've been running them for years now, even pre-COVID. But we've got a fabulous new team on board. led by Dr. Sudha. And we've looked at wellness in a way where we can give back to the organization in terms of looking at our devotees. Ultimately, the devotee is the foundation of this organization. And a healthy mind, body, and soul is what we require in order for this foundation to be strong, in order for this organization to move forward, in order to be the strength in numbers in terms of the work carried out. Swami has given us this body as our vehicle to do his work. And the idea is to keep this body fit and well, but not only the body. So the wellness program has been designed so that we look at the body, we look at the mind or the psychological aspect of it, and we look at the spiritual aspect of it and the social aspect of it. So these programs that we are running out, and quite a few regions have already come on board for programs for this year, and we'd like to see a lot more regions and centers to please come on board. It's a fantastic program because we are looking at how we've got healthcare professionals and allied professionals, as well as professionals in yoga and spiritual aspect to come on board. We've got dietitians, psychologists, doctors, nurses to come on board. And the idea is to try and ensure that as an individual, there's a complete transformation in terms of not only the body, but the body, mind, soul, and the social aspect as well. And like I mentioned, I think what is important is that in order for us to ensure Sai excellence by carrying out his message in this vehicle, we need to ensure that everything is functioning at optimum level. So I'd like to encourage all devotees to please, and all regions and centers, to try get involved in the wellness program and send your dates to the medical team so that we can get that going as well. We are there to assist you. We are there to ensure that these programs run at optimal level. And we've got fantastic individuals throughout the country that are involved in these programs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, brother. So you see, sisters and brothers, there's a change now in focus of our wellness programs. It's not just anymore about us going there for the day and taking our blood sugar levels or checking our pressure and being introduced to all of these recipes, which are fantastic, I must say, and doing the taste test and then going home. But this is going to be a very, very educative experience for all of us, so that we become more capacitated to take care of our health and our wellness in our home environments. This is what it is all about. Remember, a healthy body goes with a healthy mind as well. All right, so going from medical, I want to now speak about the political environment. So, like I said, Sister Sandy, politics can be quite something in our organization. Okay, I think that's finance. Sorry. There you are. So this is what Swami says. Politics without principles is dangerous and useless. And I think all of us, well, we may not believe that politics is useless, but we can say that it can be dangerous. Judging from our political environment, am I right? It can be. So Sister Sandy, former MP, if you want to just put yourself on the spot.
Thank you, Brother Robin, and thank you for the opportunity to address you all. Om Sai Ram. So when you hear the word politics, what comes to mind? Whoa, see, you have a lot to say. Load shedding, no water, that old man from Nkandla, the other one who sells buffalo with a lot of cash in the couch. Then some men in red outfits throwing water bottles. Is that what comes to mind? Okay. All of us are politicians. It's not only the people in government. All of us are politicians. Do you agree? I hear a few no's. Let me talk about politics in the kitchen. You know, when the mother-in-law is telling the daughter-in-law that food is not right, do you know what your mother taught you in your house? She doesn't know how to do it. That's politics. politics in school, politics in the workplace, politics in the organization, our own organization. She must sing? No, no, no. That one must sing. Politics. When you ask somebody, why didn't come for the wedding? Oh, you know politics. Okay. So politics affects every facet of our life, consciously and unconsciously. As you heard, I was a politician for 20 years. When I became a politician, oh my God, my ego was right up there, you know. I was like, you don't know who I am. That's how my ego was. But you know, it was about the job. You had to be aggressive. I was the first Indian woman for my party and only Indian woman for 20 years. So not only was I proving myself as a woman, thank you, not only was I proving myself as a woman, but a woman of color, right? And when I first entered politics, I was like, I'm going to make the most of this. And there was one politician, much older than me, a very loved politician, and he used to wear a wig. And I made a comment, and this comment was like in all the Sunday papers. Kalyan told that man, your political promises is as false as the hair on your head. My mother was horrified. I thought I was so proud. Yes. Post headlines, Sunday Tribune, everything. She was horrified. She said to me, that's a big man. That's not how you speak. Oh, what you know, I'm in politics. In one of my first speeches in Parliament, I was the spokesperson for HIV and AIDS. In one of my first speeches to the country, President was sitting there. I won't name the president, but it was a president who did not believe that HIV caused AIDS and believed in potatoes, snake skin oil, what. And here I was standing there telling him, you are guilty of genocide. I mean, when I thought about it, now look, I became a politician by Swami's grace, okay? But the ego was very high at that time. And I must tell you, in my office, I had frames of Swami and I had a big calendar. And when I left my door open, my colleagues would walk past, and one person, a white man, walked in. He said, what's that man with that afro? Every time I walk past, I see his face. I said, that is Sai Baba. He is my spiritual mentor. See? And Swami, at the right time, showed me how to temper myself, how to come down to a level where I could stop having ego and making good law.
Sister Sandy, just a question while we're on politics. You know, if you get a politician talking. Okay. Sister Sandy, you know, Swami says, Swami, in spite of the fact that he's asked as a general statement that we must try as far as possible to keep away from politics. He has advised devotees. But in spite of that, he has given permission for a few devotees to participate in politics. I know Brother Jumsai was one of the people that Swami had given permission to. But he's made the general statement to stay away from politics. Now this may seem to be, you know, paradoxical. He tells some people to, he gives permission, but generally he says stay away from it. Why do you think this is so?
Okay, thank you for that. So politics is best defined as a social institution through which power is acquired and exercised by certain individuals or groups. So it relates to activities associated with the governance of a country or area. Now, Swami felt, and you heard about the Buddhi bird yesterday and today, right? And I think he identified that certain people who were balanced, they could fly, they had those qualities. He said, okay, go there, make a difference, using values that we are functioning at. Go and do that. He also knew that we had a balance. Sorry, that those persons had a balance. I'll be quite honest with you. I'm shaky. My Buddhi bird is very shaky. I don't think it's taking off anytime soon. But, and you know, Dr. Kuppen, thank you, because I was sitting there and I was thinking, you know, here's a man who is so well versed, and I'm going to go up there and speak. And then he said, let's say the Gayatri Mantra. And it did a wonderful thing for me because my Buddhi bird got a bit settled. Okay, I just want to conclude with one last comment. Now, you see, I keep writing on pieces of paper. So Swami believed that the change in society comes from individual transformation and moral integrity rather than political power. He did not foresee, or maybe he did, how the world changed and what a global platform politics has become. Maybe he needs in some way to talk to the orange man across the sea who believes that anyone who is a Hindu follows a pagan god. And maybe Swami's power will go through to him. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I do an advert before I take my seat, Brother
Okay,
Reuben?
no advertising.
Oh.
I'm very worried about
it's a very, very small advert. In your little bag, you have got the Medical Matters magazine. Read it. And if you feel like you want to contribute, there's an email address there. Please make our next venture a success. And also, Brother Pullen, I'm going to advertise the blood drive as well.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sister Sandy. So remember, when Sister Sandy speaks about if you want to contribute, she's talking about contribution of articles to the medical magazine. Okay, that's the contribution she's talking about. Sit, Sister Sandy. Oh, okay. All right. So, you know, if you are running a program and you're on a budget, the worst person that you need to sit next to is the person who checks the budgets. So our brother Sunil here is on Central Trust, right? This Sri Sathya Sai Central Trust, South Africa. You know, I think all of us are quite aware that Swami is very, very strict in terms of financial disciplines. Not a single cent or a single rupee must be wasted. And whatever we collect from anyone, okay, whatever love offerings anyone gives, whether it's cash or kind, by the way, must be accounted for 100%. So I'm going to ask Brother Sunil to just give us a brief insight into some of the teachings of Swami in terms of finances, and thereafter I have a question for you to answer, brother.
Offer my humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagawan Baba. Masaram to everyone. On Wednesday night, most of you will be offering water on the shivling. While seated here this morning, somewhere from above, 9 drops of water had fallen all over me. Okay, so in terms of finance, every cent that is contributed to the organization and the assets of the organization, once given to the organization, belongs to Swami. So in saying so, if you contributed the funds to the organization, you can't come and tell the organization, this is how I require the funds to be spent, etc. So how do we achieve the dues of the organization? Firstly, we follow Swami's instructions on finance, and the Trust of South Africa has made it, or simplified it, in that we have a finance manual, and it's a Bible of every finance officer in the organization that is handling money. It tells you how to collect the money, how to receipt the money, how to record the money, and how to spend the money. All right? We have to abide by the rules of the land and requirements from SARS. So the fact that we are a public benefit organization, we need to comply with SARS on a yearly basis, the returns, to maintain our registration, the Department of Social Development, the NPO, non-profit organization. We have to submit documentation for that and requirements from the auditors. All right? And financial control is extremely important in that whenever monies are changing hand, when you contribute to the organization, it is very important and a spiritual discipline that you get receipted. You get a receipt for that. If monies are going into the bank account and you require Section 18A certificate for that, that too has to be receipted. All right? All monies that come into the organization, the finance officer is accountable to that. All right? How do you become accountable? Money received, like I said, you must be receipted, and we have a love offering box. Even when that is opened, you need two officers to go through it and take accountability of the monies that are in there and receipt it correctly. That brings me to the story of Swami stopping a project in India where 1 rupee was misbalanced, all right? Just for 1 rupee, the project has been stopped. So can you imagine the emphasis that Bhagawan places on the control of finance? Now, many people in the organization, and we see it from office bearers, when documentation flow comes through to the organization, to the central trust, and it goes through a string of disciplines and a string of people, and it's rejected. The person say, you know, but I've given the money, I don't care what happens, etc., etc., etc. But we belong to the organization, we belong to this land, we belong to the dictates of the land in terms of the disciplines of finance. We report this finance. We have an internal and external auditor, and we're answerable to all this. We have an audit report. So once that happens, it is very, very important that we upkeep Swami's name and the disciplines. All right? If monies are given for a project, say it's given for medical, you can't go and buy carpet for your center with that money. That money has been made as a sacrifice from a devotee for a particular project. And as custodians of receipting of that money on our end, it is important to do the dharmic role to utilize the funds correctly. All right? If for some reason or other you have a project and the project requires lots of money and you're coming short with the funds, 2 things need to happen. You either speak to the officers and you contribute the monies towards that project or downscale the project. All right? No public soliciting of funds. You can speak to the devotees, you can speak to the officers, you can announce a project, but strictly no soliciting of funds. If there is surplus of funds, say we collected money for the Tonga disaster, and monies came through and you're sitting with 50,000 rand surplus, what do you do with this money? Because I just mentioned the monies that you receive must be used for the intended purpose that it was given. That money, as per the Charter, Swami says, it must be used to feed the poor and some of it can be used for the running cost of the center. Only at that point can that happen. You should not be hoarding money. You should not accumulate funds and hoard that funds. If the money's come through in your bank account, and if you're a region or a center, and if you're sitting with that money for a year and we see that happening, it's karmic consequences. Because the money that is given to you is made out of sacrifice, and that sacrifice need to change. All right? That sacrifice need to be put into action. And Swami says, finance, like blood in our veins, should always be in circulation. Think about it, how powerful. The finance that is contributed in the organization, like blood in our veins, should always be in circulation. And Swami says that finance can also be compared to the shoes we wear. All right? It should neither be bigger or smaller. It should just have fit for the feet. And finance should be in sync with the individual needs of an individual.
Thank you, brother. Brother Sunil, Swami tells us a lot about how we should generate our wealth. It's not just about getting our wealth and providing love offerings, but I think an important aspect before we even provide the love offerings is some kind of morality in the way in which we generate the wealth that we use. You want to just speak very briefly about the generation of wealth?
Sure. So Swami says money should be earned only through self-initiative, self-effort, individual acumen, and means of practices. And he says that very powerfully in Man of Management. And an example of that is if you take a rand, or if you take 100 rand, more value, and a new note, you take it and you crumple it, still retains its value. You take mud and throw it on it, still retains its value. You put it on the floor and trample over it, still retain the 100 rand value. But don't put ink on it, because then no value, right? So Swami, there was a professor that was in Prashanti Nilayam, and he was professor of education, and together with other lecturers, and they were praying to Bhagawan to change, they want to add on to the curriculum. And Swami had spoken to that professor, Sudhir Bhaskar, and asked him to follow him. And as he followed Swami, Swami has told him that he needs to be the one to collect the letters from the students. After Swami collected the letters, Swami handed over to him. So the individual that was walking behind him was in actual fact a professor collecting all the letters from Bhagawan. And as he walked through, there was an individual that had given a letter, and in that letter, it contained 20 lakhs of money, or a bill. And the 20 lakh of bill he gave to Swami, and Swami handed over to Bhaskar. The industrial seen that, and he came running to that individual and said, just take care of it, because I got 20 lakh bill in it. And 20 lakh is conversion is 2 million rands. So Swami was a distant away, and Swami turned around, walked straight to Professor, taken the envelope from him, and walked to this individual that had given that envelope and dropped it on his lap, and he walked away. Later in Darshan, there was a young child, one of the students, had given a brown envelope to Swami, and Swami taken that and gave it to Professor Bhaskar and told him, keep it safe. Later on, Swami called him in the interview room and gone through most of the envelopes and asked him for that particular envelope that came from the child. Swami asked him to open it. When he opened it, there was a bill together with a receipt and a letter. And Bhagawan asked him what bill. He reckoned it was 10 rupees. And Swami said, that is good money. That money is more powerful. But earlier on, Swami asked Bhaskar how much he earned, etc. And then in the interview room, he said, this is the money that you get paid with. So one earns money. Most people are employees. There's lots of people that own businesses. how do you generate these funds and how you spiritualize it is an important component. You can't want to only hoard the funds, but you must be able to share it. And it just goes to show that the 10 rupees that was given was more value than the 2 million rand that was given on the outside. Saram.
Thank you. Thank you very much, brother. So, you know, even in our 9-point code of conduct, it says we must utilize savings generated for service to mankind. Okay? And those savings generated, hopefully, would be from our Seeding on Desires programs. I also know, I've heard the story of when Swami asked some person to institute a disciplinary hearing against a senior devotee who did not follow proper protocol when ordering goods when they were building some of those end blocks in Prashanti. The person did not put the money in his own pocket, but he didn't follow proper procedure because there were procedure manuals. Because he didn't follow that, Swami ordered a disciplinary hearing and got rid of that person from the committee. So you can see that he's very, very, very strict on procedure. We don't want anyone to be accusing any one of us in our Sai organization because we use his name, that we are taking public funds and we are exploiting it. That we do not want to do. Okay, on that serious note, a lady who's the very serious Roshni in our gang, Sister Roshni, Educare is very close to your heart. But it has to be the doyen of the organization, Educare. Please, sister, tell us, we spend so much of time on Educare, we emphasize Educare. So tell us about this beautiful Educare program that Swami has given us and why all of us in the entire organization should be exposed to it.
Saram, thank you, Brother Ruben, for that introduction to Educare. So let me start by saying that Swami Bhagawan Baba is the founder of the Sri Sathya Sai Education in Human Excellence. And if we're talking about education, then we have to talk about Sri Sathya Sai Spiritual Education and Sri Sathya Sai Education in Human Values. So we have been saying a lot about Educare. Do you know what is Educare by now? Saram? Do we know? How many of you have a little inkling of what Educare is about? I can see a few fingers. Nevertheless, let's go through this again. Perhaps it was lost in what we were saying yesterday as well. Baba says, if you look at the bird, it has 2 wings. This bird, in order to fly high in the sky, it requires those 2 strong wings. If you look at a cart, right, it has 2 wheels. It needs that wheels to move. Similarly, there are 2 types of education. One is the worldly education, and the other one is the spiritual education. One is needed by man for their everyday life. We need to work, we need to earn a living. The other type of education is what we call spiritual education. Now this spiritual education is for life. So there are 2 types of education, both are needed. In order to live a balanced life, we need both in our lives. That's what Swami says. But when you look at the worldly education, he says our mind is now so in tune with the external forces that influence our lives. So the focus is on desires, on materialistic accumulation. We forget what is important, and that is the innate divinity that is inherent in all of us. After all, the aim of this Swami's education program is to make the child aware, not only the child, us as individuals as well, that God exists. That's the first point. And the second thing is that God also exists in each one of us. So the spiritual education, when we speak about spiritual education, in a practical application, we are speaking about manifesting the Sathya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema, and Ahimsa. These values of truth, right conduct, peace, love, and non-violence in our daily application, in our daily lives. These 5 values, as I said yesterday, Swami says, they are our life breath. They are the ingredients of our life. So that is why Brother Ruben Swami places so much of emphasis on educare. And he says that to herald in a new order, a new type of civilization, and to take his vision forward, he's given us the SSAHV program. Not only for us in the organization, but for institutions outside the organization, for society at large, for communities. Therefore, the Institute of Educare, that's our institute, we always embrace and allow our programs to go beyond our devotees in the organization. We go to Sathya Sai School, we go to the secular schools, our government schools, we go to health institutions and the like. So this education in human values is a tool for regeneration of moral values and standards in this civilization of ours.
Thank you. So, Sister Rishni, sorry, just one very important point that I think that is important. You know, well, we've seen the degeneration in schooling, okay? But I think it's important to present to our South African society a model of what schools should be like in this country. Now, we have a school in Indonesia that has the potential to become a model. What do you think we, as members of our Global Council, can do to ensure that this school becomes the model of excellence that Swami desires? And how should we here, our Sai family, involve ourselves to make that the best that this country has to offer? Thank you.
So Swami has given us this beautiful institution, which we call the Sathya Sai School. Very close to the hearts, many of your hearts, I think. Now, if we're speaking about a new order, let's start within our families, within our communities. Within that Sathya Sai School, we have the Sai blossoms, with whom can benefit immensely if we put into place correctly the integral education that Swami has given us. What do I mean by integral education? It's not only to teach the child about subjects like geography and history and so on. We are using the program that Swami has given, the SSAHV program. It is a program that directs the child's development totally. By that I mean all domains of the child's personality is developed through the Sathya Sai Education in Human Values program. We use the 5 teaching techniques of prayer, which you saw in this conference actually. We used prayer, we used silent sitting, we used group singing, we use storytelling and group activity. You are all sitting in a group and benefiting from what is being imparted to you. So when the child is addressed in that way, they learn in that way, because in the school is a direct method of teaching as well, where they have a period where they use the direct method. Why is the direct method then used like that? Because if you take the physical domain of the child, it is associated with right conduct. And we use group activity to develop that physical domain. And so on, like that, the 5 teaching techniques addresses the 5 domains of the human personality and develops the inherent values that we are speaking about. We keep saying the values are inherent. A lot was said about the Buddhi bird. And where are the values? They are inherent in us. We need to, they are atmic energies which needs to be manifested. So the Sathya Sai school, and Swami has given us this methodology. And the other methodology is this, if you didn't know. It's not like an ordinary school. In this school, the program, let's take geography or history, is imparted to the child in what we call an integrated way. It's just not content driven. In that topic chosen, if we're talking about sciences and we're speaking about the earth, we bring in, the earth is just not an earth, it's a mother earth. And why it's called mother earth? Because it has God's energy present in it. So we bring in all of the spiritual aspects in an indirect way, so that the child understands that he is part of this world but has to be grateful and express the human values and respect this earth, respect the resources and so on.
Thank you. So, you know, sisters and brothers, wherever the children are in the world, if they are attending a school that is named after Swami, they are Swami students. Just as the children of the schools in Puttaparthi, we call them Swami's boys. The girls of the school in Anantapur are Swami's girls. The children of the school in Lanesia are Swami's children. When those boys and girls, those boys come out of the Lanesia school, they are Swami's boys. And the world needs to know that they are Swami's boys. But we need to invest in them so that they turn out to be Swami's boys. That is important. All of us. So this year, there's about 194, I think, students in that school. Am I right, brother? Correct number, okay. There's 194 students in that school. Every one of us devotees in South Africa, I'm sorry, I'm pointing my fingers. Every one of us devotees in South Africa are responsible for that 194 children. It's not the people who live in Malaysia or the people who live in Gauteng. Every one of us in Global Council are responsible for those children. We are all. So we, as part of the gift to Swami for the centenary year, we're going to improve that school. We're going to provide the proper resources. We're going to provide the proper physical environment. The Institute has got a lot of plans for training the teachers, retraining them. We have the education trust that has been formed. So we are getting things in order. But it is a group effort. Group activity is a very, very important transformation technique that Swami has given us. When we do this for the Sai school, it is a group activity that will bring out the necessary change. Now in April is the month that is dedicated to Sathya Sai school as part of our centenary program. And in the 3rd or 4th weekend of April, there's a beautiful Seva program that is going to be happening at the school. All of us must take responsibility for it. We really want this country to see that education can work if we put proper spiritual principles into every school. And we need to show them a school through which that can be done. We can do that with the Lanesia school. That is my opinion.
So I just want to add, I spoke about integral education and I just spoke about what happens in the classroom. But beyond that, the child needs to be developed using sporting activities and all extracurricular activities. So values are integrated in all of that. And then the Sathya Sai school, we really need to develop these areas where then some children learn by playing. They love to do activities. Others would sit and be academically orientated. So I'm saying that if we are committing to taking care of the Sathya Sai school, we really need to make a plan to provide the children with that activities there that can enhance that aspect, so the whole development of the child takes place.
Thank you, sister. Thank you very much. Okay, so we now go on to the home environment and parenting and the organization. So, Brother Rodney, we're speaking here about human values, right? What would we say are the basics of our organization that we should be following? What are the basics in our home that we should be following? What are the basics about parenting that we should be following?
Okay. Om Saram, loving devotees. I offer myself at Swami's lotus feet. I'm not being disrespectful by turning my back or my chair in this direction, but I'm practicing what we were told yesterday, to see Swami in everyone. So, yeah. So Swami's teachings are very simple. I think we mustn't complicate it. Our job as Sai devotees really is for us to take these messages and teachings and digest it and see how we can put it into practice. That's what we need to do. So to give a simple example, we all want peace. We want peace in the world. We want peace and order in our country. We want peace and harmony in our homes. And in order to get this peace, what do? We insist and we demand that others around us do what we expect. Isn't it so? It happens at home. We expect our spouses or our children to do the things that we want or we expect.
That's the politics of it.
That's politics, yeah, sure. In our workplaces, the same thing happens. We expect others to do things how we like it done. Okay? In our neighborhoods, communities, and even it happens in our centers as well. Now the irony is that how many of us, we expect this change from other people in order to make us happy, but how many of us are willing to make the change? To correct that situation at home or in the workplace, wherever it may be. We don't do that. Now, Swami has given us the formula on how to achieve this peace. And like that saying on the screen, or the quotation on the screen, it starts off by, where there is righteousness, so the first word is righteousness. If each one of us as individuals digest what is this righteousness that Swami is expecting of us as individuals, how do we break that down and how do we change our habits to start doing the right thing, following the dharmic way of life? So again, the change, if we want to start, let the change begin with us, and let's practice righteousness in our lives, in whatever aspect. So our scriptures, Hindu scriptures tell us that there is a certain code of conduct and guidelines for each of us in our different phases of our lives. So for example, there is a code of conduct for the father. Father is expected to carry himself out and behave in a certain manner. It's called the dharma of a father. There's a code of conduct for the mother to maintain herself in a particular manner. It's called the dharma of a mother. And you also get dharma of a daughter, dharma of a son, etc. So, if we as individuals follow and align to what is expected of us, then obviously we start doing the right thing. We start doing the right thing in our thoughts, words, and deeds. And when we start to do the right thing, and as it says in that quotation by Swami, where there is righteousness in the heart, if we do the right thing wholeheartedly, then there becomes beauty in the character. And what is that beauty in the character? Our media and the world talks only about external beauty. But what is beauty in the character? Beauty in the character is internal beauty. It talks to us being kind at heart, being gentle, being honest, being loving, being truthful. That is the inner beauty that we want to bring out. And more especially, that's what this conference is all about, helping us to bring out those values from within to express that inner beauty. So, where there is righteousness in the heart, there becomes beauty in the character, and it filters down in that quotation. And eventually you will get peace in the world. But I want to dwell on this part of the inner beauty. And when we start to practice these things, you will find that the people around us also start to do the same thing. They also start to practice. And when they start, then take your home environment. When you start changing something at home, when you wake up in a good mood and you start doing things, the people around are the first ones to notice, hey, something has changed, something is different today. Because when we change, the ones that are closest to us notice it first. That's our family and friends. And they also tend to do the same thing. So you are encouraging them to also be happy and start behaving in a particular manner. The same, it goes to the organization as well. It goes to our centers, how we behave and how we react. I think the important point that I want to say is that when it comes to values, we as a Sathya Sai organization and Sathya Sai devotees should really be carrying these simply because Swami chose the brand logo of the Sathya Sai organization to be represented by the 5 human values. So that makes each one of us as Sai devotees ambassadors to uphold these human values more than anyone else. So I think that's our sort of foremost duty that we should be following. And
thanks, Brother Rodney. You know, one of the things that I sometimes feel disappointed about is that we try, to have many parenting programs, and we have lots of study circles that a lot of devotees can benefit from. But yet a parenting program is so poorly attended, and we have so much to offer parents. So maybe I think you have about 1 minute just to tell us, why is it important that people should be attending these parenting programs?
Okay, so I should have gone first.
For parents and as prospective parents.
Okay, so firstly, Swami says, and we have to always quote what Swami says because that's the truth. Swami says, ideal parents make ideal children. We all want ideal children. In order to have ideal children, we have to be ideal ourselves, ideal parents. So I think as parents, we all want our children to have the best of everything. We work hard as parents to make sure that our children have what we didn't have. Isn't it so? The one thing that we can gift our children is that privilege of attending Bhavikas. If we as Sai devotees make sure that every child in our families, every child, grandchildren, make it your neighbor's children, your friends' children, our communities, every child in our communities should attend Bhavikas. And we are saying this simply because the Bhavikas program has been developed by Swami. And Swami is guiding this generation, the next generation of ideal children, ideal citizens. So the parenting program that Brother Ruben is talking about is a supplement of the Bhavikas program that we offer. Swami says that the success of the Bhavikas program rests on 3 entities. It is the child, obviously, the Bhavikas guru, the teacher, and the third is the parent. So that triangle is most important. And so the analogy Swami uses is that of a tricycle. Okay? The tricycle has got 3 wheels. If any one wheel of that tricycle is missing, will that tricycle work? It's not going to go. So that's why those 3 entities are ultra important. So even though we may be sending the child to Bhavikas, the parent still needs to be aware of what is happening. What are we covering in Bhavikas so that they can supplement at home and support whatever is being taught in class. And this is the reason why we have these parenting workshops so that we can share. We're not teaching you how to be a parent. The parenting workshops is not about teaching you how to be a parent. But what we are doing is, like we are doing with this conference, taking all of Swami's messages and teachings and sort of condensing it, summarizing it, and sharing it with the parents who may be busy and don't have time to read. So that's what the parenting workshops are doing. And we encourage the parents. We're all on the same side. Bhavikas gurus are on the same side as the parents because we have the children's heart or children's interest at art. So in the 1 minute,
thank you.
Please
Thank you,
support
Brother
the
Rodney.
Bhavikas
It was a
program.
very long minute, but yes. Yes. So sisters and brothers, why are we not attending? Perhaps you're not attending because maybe you really don't know what is there, what's going to be offered at the course. But I can tell you that if a program of that nature is being organized, if a program of that nature is being organized, then you can be rest assured that it is Swami that has given us a program, and he has asked us to give the program to you. And if you don't take advantage of it, you're short-selling yourself. That's what this is all about. So, sisters and brothers, our time is really up here. So, in summary, medical. As a Sri Sathya Sai Global Council, we fill a very, very important gap in providing the kind of medical services to a community that really cannot afford that kind of medical help elsewhere. And that's very important. Politics. We don't want politics in the organ. Politics in itself is not a dirty word. Okay, it's an English word. It's not a dirty word. But it's the people who get into power that make it dirty. All right? But we need politics. Not the politics in the organization. That's not what I'm talking about. But politicians have a very, very important role to play if they play it by the rules of morality and spirituality. That's important. In terms of finance, we all need money to survive, okay? But in earning what we do, in earning what we have, or in earning what we get, we can just put a little something away to help those who don't. I think that's important. Those are what we call love offerings. Love offerings. But we must earn our money righteously. Educare is the center of everything that we do in this organization. Manifesting the divinity that is within us is Educare, because that is what it brings out. Okay? And lastly, in our homes, we can go through all of the discourses and we can make our homes Sai compliant by following his teachings. But firstly, we need to be the change we want to see in others. That's very important, and that's leadership. All of us here are leaders, okay? So Swami has called us into this organization. We all have a beautiful role to play in it. Sometimes we may say, oh, hardship is coming my way. But like Lord Krishna said, everything that has ever happened to you is for your own good. Everything that is happening to you now is for your own good. And everything that will ever happen to you in the future is for your own good. God doesn't do anything for you that is not for your own good. We trust him with that. Thank you very much, Jai Sai. And thanks to the panelists as well.
Om Sai Ram, thank you very much, Uncle Reuben and our team, Auntie Roshni, Auntie Sandy, Brother Pulen, Brother Rodney, Brother Sunil, for showing us how to apply Educare in every aspect of our life as well as within the organization. We will now break for lunch. A reminder that a wedding is happening on site, so when you do make your way down, Saram.
Can I just... I'm so sorry, sisters and brothers. There is a wedding taking place downstairs. So this is how we're going to, well, not in the downstairs dining hall, but in one of the side rooms. And we do not want to create much of a disturbance there. So the exit for lunch will be out through the back door that way, for both men and males and females. You go down the stairs this way, and then you will be separated once you get to the dining hall. Okay? Thank you very much. If you have a problem about going down the stairs, then you may use the lift here, but please be quiet. All right? We don't want to disturb the wedding happening down. Thank you very much. Sorry about
Om Sai Ram, we'll just recite the food prayer. Om Brahmarpanam Brahmahavih Brahmagno Brahmanahutam Brahmaivatena Gantavyam Brahmakarma Samadhina Aham Vaishwanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashitaha Pranapana Samayuktaha Pachamyannam chaturvidham. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. We will resume at 1 o'clock sharp. Jai Sai Ram.
Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check. Drop.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I trust everyone had a very filling, delicious lunch from the biryani, the dal and the salad. You may have noticed that there wasn't any dessert. Some people would expect suji. And the reason is because to end off the conference today, you're going to be getting some sweets now in the sessions which follow. So, I'd like to invite, we're going to have a 30-minute Q&A session. I'd like to invite Dr. Rajan Kupan, Auntie Maggie, Uncle Balan, Sister Roshni Pillai, and Uncle Subri up on stage, please. During this Q&A session, they will be taking questions either that have already been submitted or any new questions you would like to pose. Our only request is that you please keep it relevant to the content that has been discussed over the last 2 days. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
Sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Subri. Okay. 4. Eh? No, I'll do it. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Om Sai Ram. You're all looking fed up. Good fed up, okay. Right, so let's start with some general questions around the session that we've done. Ladies, is there a mic there? Gents, mic? No questions?
Om Sai Ram. I'm Charles. It's more a comment. Firstly, I would like to place on record our sincere thanks to the team for a beautiful 2-day conference. Thank you very, very much. Secondly, the organization is getting in more and more new devotees. Now, my spiritual path, I'm thankful because we had beautiful sessions at the Newland Sai Center on many, many occasions, and Brother Rajan Kopan, Subri, Dr. Reddy, Dr. Singh had some beautiful sessions. And I'm thinking of those sessions coming back. They may not be in the form of a conference like this, because I know this is quite involved in terms of planning and so forth. So even if it's a program on a day for about 3 or 4 hours, so that even the center officers can take the information through to the new devotees and help them on the spiritual path. So it's just a comment. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you. No.
Om Sai Ram. I think that's a very, very good question. I think with the energies that's prevalent right now is we're getting so much of unity, so much of love. This weekend alone can tell you how much people are and lots of new faces, and Brother Reuben, the president, has got plans of how we're going to do this, but we'll definitely keep that in mind. All right, Brother Reuben? Thanks. Thank you.
Om Sai Ram. We've been running a preschool class at the Newland Sai Center for the past 25 years. Originally, the school used to be under the Durban region. At that time, it was the Amgeni region. And it was officially opened by Dr. Jum Sai when he came down with Dr. Singh and so on. We still have that plaque that's there. But recently, the organization is not interested in it, right? And there were some reasons for that. Firstly, they want to know whether it is registered with the social department, social affairs department. It has been registered for a few years now, and The inspector from the social services department comes twice a year to come and inspect the place, and he has given us certificates, for that it's running very well. So what we want to know is there any way that the organization can help us? Because we are paying at the moment for electricity and water for the use of the premises. And the teacher's salary comes from only the school fees that we get, and it's not much. The teacher is a level 1 SSEHV graduate also, and she just graduated doing the preschool course also. Thank you.
Loving Sarab's uncle. As most of you would know, that the previous education trust that fell under the organization was non-existent under Global Council. There has been a newly formed education trust that deals with all the matters pertaining to the education and the affiliations, etc., with the statutory bodies. So, Uncle, most definitely we will take your request to the Education Trust, and they will do the necessary investigations, and they will take that project under the wing if it is a project that fulfills all the requirements in terms of the mandate of the Education Trust. So we are fortunate that the Education Trust is on board at the moment, and we will have to refer this to them. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a question here. I would love to know our spiritual offering to Baba for the 100th Advent. Is this the inward journey? Will this be carried out?
Om Sai Ram. What we said is the Avatar has done so much for us over the years. And now this is his 100th birthday, and the greatest gift we can give Swami is our transformation. Is for us to go inwardly and start to experience Swami inside you. Swami is in every one of you seated here. So our whole focus for the centennial celebrations till we get to his birthday is to change ourselves. Let's go within, let's feel and experience Swami. If you'll hear the way Sister Karuna Munshi spoke, with the love and the devotion, that is what we want to do. Give Baba that kind of gift that when you talk about him, you must start crying and tears of joy must come into you. Sai Ram. Thanks.
Okay, third part of the question. I am 55 into my Baba's fold. My age is 67 now. Why do we still have devotees that treat us so badly and hurt us, which stops me from going to the ashram? Maggie.
Sai Ram. We spoke so much about devotion, and Swami says, you must radiate the bhakti within you so that my love flows from me to you through the devotees, through you to the devotees. And I think that's the essence of what this is all about. If you can't take that message and put it into heart, then what we've put together here is really, I don't like to say it, but it's going to be a waste of time and energy. So we're saying, every one of you, we shouldn't be receiving comments like this. We shouldn't be receiving comments from people saying that, people treat us badly. Look within yourselves. Ask yourselves, are you speaking lovingly? Are you speaking sweetly? Are you speaking softly, kindly, etc.? And when that begins to happen, you're going to trigger a revolution, a peaceful revolution. Thank you.
The other bit of advice we can give you is that when you're in a spiritual organization like the Sai organization, your every encounter is a karmic rubbing down. So sooner or later you're going to get someone in that center that's going to rub you up the wrong way. You just had many rubs up the wrong way, right? But if you don't identify that this is a karmic event happening, then you'll keep playing it over and over again. It'll keep coming back into your life. So your job is to witness whatever they're saying, and remember what Swami says, we have to forgive. So if they're saying hurtful things and they're gone a bit cranky, Just quietly in your mind say, I bless you, I bless you, I bless you, and go on. That's the only way you can get out of this. Otherwise, another 67 years, you're going to be challenging with this thing.
Shame. Uncle Subri also said that if you're being rubbed up the wrong way, deep is sattvic.
I think what is important, every one of us are in a different level of consciousness. I get this all the time. People talk about me and I say, Swami, you look so beautiful in them, Swami. We have to see, because they're helping us to see if we got tolerance, patience, understanding, forbearance. So if people don't like you and talking behind you or running behind you, but you must thank them because they're helping you. You become a better person when you start to practice what Bhagawan is saying. Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram, we have a question at the back.
Om Sai Ram. I just wanted to know, we spoke about the Buddhi bird, and we spoke a lot about sadhana in our practices. I wanted to know, when it comes to seva, where does seva fit in, and how is it for the layman, how does it contribute to this whole thing about the Buddhi bird? Sai Ram.
So seva firstly means to make divine. It's not service. It's making you divine. And the person that you are serving is the God in the Daridra Narayana. They are giving you the blessing of that, right? So seva falls under the category of diminishing the ego. When you engage in seva, your ego diminishes more and more. But if you're watching like, well, why didn't that one come? Why didn't that one come? That's not seva. You've wasted your time. You need to understand that it's about diminishing your ego each time you go. Got it? Hello? Okay.
Hey, don't ask no more questions. No, I'm only joking. Carry on.
Sai Ram, I think if we had to say this event has been inspirational, I think we need to find other ways to describe it. It's more than just inspirational in many ways. I think when we come to events like this, everybody, as Uncle Subri would say, we all energized and really amped. Okay, but I think the hard work goes back to the centers. How can we package this information in a way that can be communicated at the center? So the incredible work that was done with the Bhagavatam, how can we then put it into package-sized stuff that can be made available to every center and we can share that message? So for me, I think my question to you is that what is the organization going to do to continue to ensure that this message filters down to the center level and we have this continued interest and energy that we've seen over the last 2 days? Yeah, thanks, Jai Sai Ram.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Shannon, for that difficult question. But, brothers and sisters, this is Swami's 100th year of Advent. Swami has been saying what we've discussed here today for 100 years. Okay? We can say it and continually say it, but the most important thing is for us to practice. Okay? So the practice of this and the opportunities that we're going to create for the devotees in the center will come from the leadership of that center. Okay? There are programs that we are planning in terms of making sure that leadership is of the understanding that the opportunities created has to filter down through the devotees. Okay? Very importantly as well, as you would see in terms of the congregation, and Brother Shannon had mentioned it to us in one of our meetings of leadership, there's a missing middle. And that missing middle is our youth. Okay? And if we as the adults and the custodians that we are now sitting as do not make the effort in making sure that we take this message down to the youth in the way that they would understand and the importance of them being in this organization, then unfortunately that missing middle is going to get bigger. So I think, Brother Shannon, the answer to your question, it's incumbent of every single one of us here sitting today that we need to inspire each other in our centers, and the way we can do that is create opportunities and be inspirational to everybody. Thank you.
Om Saram, we have a statement or question in the back.
Om Saram, everyone. It's not a question, it's a comment. And I think it continues, Brother Bhagawan, from what you just said. Sometimes we just talk generally about what we can do and what we should be doing. I want to be specific. Am I allowed to do that? When we talk about devotees coming to the party and doing teamwork, I belong to an organization that is a beneficiary of the Medicare service or programs that have been rolling out. And earlier when Brother Pulayan did mention these programs, I want to say that there are communities among us that are very indigent and that are very deprived. And when we look for them and we find them and we start to provide for them, they are extremely grateful. And I'm saying I want to be specific that the school that I belong to in 2023, during the medical care program, 90 learners enrolled for the eye care program, and of the 90, 48 children received glasses from the Medicare program. Now the reason I mention this, if we're talking about children, we kept saying to the parents, the children can't read and therefore they're not doing well and therefore they're not performing well. And when all the brothers and sisters who are devotees of Sai came together and decided to make the difference made to those 48 children impacted on their lives, their future as leaders, and of course in the community as well. So yes, the programs can be very direct and it has a huge and a fantastic effect on the community. In addition to that, it wasn't just the Optom clinic, it was also the dental clinic and it was also the Medicare clinic. And I want to say that the program is already in place to be rolled out this year as well. So to all the service providers who are in that particular program, you know you are well done. The community may not come to you, but they are highly grateful for your efforts. And that is Sai excellence. Jai Sai Ram.
Okay, just to mention that when we do seva, it's not about the numbers, the excellence, etc. That Swami expects. It's about how did it change you. That's the important part about that, right? Okay, so here's another question. This one, Rosh, quite Rosh, you can take this one. Why do I keep getting dreams about Swami?
Sai Ram. I think Swami always says, if he comes to you in a dream, it's not a dream, but it's reality. Maybe you're not doing something right. Swami has to remind you continuously.
Is it the same dream each time?
Om Saram, there is two questions in the back. One is, we know that food is important. If your household is vegetarian and close family is coming to visit and they don't like vegetables, should you be providing meat so that they will be happy? It's a very touchy one.
You want to give the subtle answer or the... We'll ask Dr. Kuban to give you the subtle answer.
I'll answer that. Sai Ram, and we have to follow what Bhagawan says. I'll share this with you. When we were eating meat and I was drinking and all, so much visitors used to come. After I left and became vegetarian, nobody coming. So how much we saving? How much we saving? Now, but coming back to the question, we have to follow Swami. Our house is strictly vegetarian. You come, eat vegetable. If you don't want to, go home. Finish. Sai Ram, thanks, Sai Ram.
Om Saram, there's one more question.
Om Sai Ram, brilliant answer, Uncle Subri. It's a take it or leave it approach. My question arises out of the response that we have a missing middle, and that is our youth. Now, we have moved into the digital age. AI is already in fast track. And I spoke to Brother Ruben earlier, and I said, I had a patient the other day, a young girl, and I was assisting her, and I said, what's your evening like? And her answer surprised me. She said, between 6 and 7, I do madrasa. So I said, oh my goodness, you're going out late at night. She said, no, I'm doing it online. So the lesson from there is people are moving into the digital age. How are we here in South Africa? I'm not talking about India. I'm talking about here in South Africa, going to expand so that we get our youth online, because that's the way to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that question is without doubt a loaded question, because digital age means we've come of age now, everything is digital. How do you get your children to participate in programs of the organization, but that have to be online? It's a different framework now. In our days, we went to groups, we had sessions for youth, etc. Now it's different, everything is online. And even then, you may not get everyone attending the full course. So I think the medium is quite critical, that it is digital, but how do you create interesting, meaningful content for them? Right? So that's what the next challenge is going to be. If the Educare can...
So they have to use the transformation techniques, Rajan.
Yeah. So I think we have to consider, firstly, Swami's very, very important lesson about heart-to-heart. Unfortunately, currently, the digital age doesn't give us that heart-to-heart. We cannot go out and do seva on a media platform. So yes, it is a good tool that we can use in terms of the organization allowing access to not only the youth, but all devotees in terms of a digital platform, all the different sadhanas and the activities that you can use as a tool for transformation. And we were talking about that in terms of our website and how we can upload stuff there that will benefit everybody that's sometimes not at home, at some other venue, would work and they're traveling, that they can access these platforms. But I think we also need to consider the fact that as an organization, we've got to deal heart to heart, and a lot of our activities are going to be personally related. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if we're looking at AI, Atmic intelligence, it's not digital. Atmic is heart to heart. And that's why Swami, as far back as in the 60s, he was talking about heart to heart, that we communicate by heart to heart, that we share information by heart to heart. The digital age just transmits information. It's head to head. There's no heart involved in that. And that's a challenge. So what we're doing is we're missing the boat in terms of what is to be transmitted. It's the intent of the material. So when we do the courses like this live, then there's heart-to-heart communication going on. Like when you saw the Bhagavatam, that was pure heart-to-heart storytelling. And it had such an impact on that. Okay, one more question. How to get children attached to Swami rather than their phone-based childhood, and how can we get them addicted to Swami instead of their devices? How can we get them addicted to Swami instead of their
we speak about, in Educare, we speak about resonance. And we speak about this, I think Mr. Roshni mentioned the tap, the analogy of the tank and the tap, that what is in the tank comes out through the tap, and that if you liken the tank to you as parents and the tap to you, your children, then if you are not resonating on the right frequency, then obviously that it's not going to come out and flow out to your children. So it's all about resonance, that if you practice and continue to impart that the true knowledge or the true experiences that Swami expects you to extend to your children, then that will flow to them. But if it doesn't, then you are responsible. So the karma comes to you eventually.
Yeah, I don't think we need to blame anyone for it. It's just the nature of this technology. It's being punted everywhere. You go AI, digital, and now it's become like a norm that we accept that as normal. But it isn't normal. It's an abnormal way of dealing with information. You want the resonance. That is heart to heart. Right? Have you ever seen Swami do a digital performance for you? No. Swami is always directly heart to heart. Right? Even in his talks, he's talking and the translator is trying to gather the words. They hardly get the words, but he's putting it out. So now there are a group of people who are studying Telugu. They want to go and interrogate and penetrate Swami's teachings again, and they're going to discover a whole other layer of information that was not there. What's written in the Sanatana Sarathi is partly what should be there, but the content of what is hidden in the language. So a lot of people are now, I think I saw a site, there's about 500 people from across the world wanting to learn Telugu, just for this purpose of attracting or penetrating Swami's teachings.
Just on the phone question, the simple answer is, or the practical answer is, don't buy him a phone.
I think also to answer the question of how we get the child interested, if as parents we take it on ourselves to follow on the lessons taught at Balvikas, you follow that for the whole week, and that's a way of engaging yourself and the child on the teachings of Swami.
Well, I think one method might be to put content onto the phone that attracts them, like Swami giving a small talk about something, some other kind of event that Swami was involved in. The idea is to build the faith of the child from when they're young. If they keep seeing Swami, keep hearing Swami, they don't have any other version of this. That's their... And in fact, I know some children, when they get hold of the phone, they go straight to Sai Global Harmony. They're online on that. They're listening to the bhajans, they're pulling out talks. So that's the way to do it. But you're in a world where the digital media is so skewed to the other end that I don't think you have a chance of winning that one. You know, Swami says, "For whom have I come? I have not come for those who are atheists. I have not come for those who know the path to God, for they know the path. I have come for those of feeble of mind and weak of will." That's you and I. So we are feeble of mind and weak of will. And that's who he's coming for. You know, 8 billion people on the planet, more than 7 billion don't know who Swami is. So Swami has come for that precise group of souls that he has brought into incarnation. Okay, time's up. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Sai Ram. Thank you very much, Uncle Balan, Uncle Subri, Dr. Kupan, Sister Roshni, Auntie Maggie, for that insightful discussion and answering some of the questions that have been foremost in our mind. We are nearing the end of our session. I would like to ask Auntie Roshni to please come on stage, who will provide us with a summation of the events or of the major learnings from the last 2 days, as well as some concluding comments for this conference. Jai Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram, sisters and brothers. Are you happy? So if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You can sing too. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Now, I know you had lunch just now, right? So let's energize a bit more. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Okay, thank you so much. We are all very happy, Swami, that you allowed this conference over these 2 days, and we're almost there to say we have come to an end. But before we do that, we always say in our Educare programs online, we want to thread the beads, right? The threading of the beads is important, so you take something away if you have forgotten what happened from yesterday. So initially, our theme for this inward journey, our conference is your journey from I to we to he. So we moved a little bit in our thinking. Hopefully we are thinking that we are going to we by putting into practice. Swami has said even for half an hour a day, and you know, undertake your sadhanas, and then we will be moving along our journey. So we started the conference with the beautiful Bhagavatam, and I said yesterday that we want to reignite the faith. Sister Karuna Munchi just cried because she loves Swami, and it is an expression of her love and devotion to the Lord. So it is a leaf to take from her book. This is our own self-effort that leads us to a point that the minute we speak about Swami, we want to express our emotion, and that is our love for him. The energy from our hearts connect with his resonance in this universe. So the young adults took us through the Bhagavatam, and everybody, they touched their hearts. And yes, after having touched everyone's hearts, when we leave the conference, what happens next in our lives, in each one of our lives? We shouldn't wait for somebody else to make the change for us. We need to put in our own self-effort. So from there, we took you through to the mind, and we started with the lower mind. And the beautiful water experiment, I think you won't forget. You see, we tried to use our transformation techniques, and everybody loves to learn through visuals as well. When you watch something happening in front of you, it stays in the subconscious mind. So when you're sitting and reflecting on the conference, when you're doing an introspection, you think about why did they do this experiment? What did they say about that mirror that shakes when we're trying to put makeup in the car? What happens? Why did they say that? So we took you through the lower mind in a very kind of hopefully experiential way and not too theoretical. We very simplified it. We really did simplify it and put it in little chunks so that one would understand how important this precious gift is given to us by God himself to take us on this spiritual journey. So we went from the lower mind, and this morning, and of course I cannot forget the Balvikas play, I will come back to that, but this morning we went to the higher mind, the superconscious mind, and how important the buddhi is, the intellect, the chariot and the charioteer. Again, the visuals, Swami mentions this in the Summer Showers 1990, and he gives a beautiful explanation. You can go and read it again and get that picture. What did he say about this higher mind? Why do we need to start with our sadhanas? As we say, you cannot run on the spot. As important as it is, the bhajan singing and getting involved in devotion through bhajans, he says we must graduate. Did he say that? He said that we must graduate. We can't be in preschool all the time. we must graduate from there and look at the Jnana Shakti, Jnana Yoga aspect. So, beautifully done this morning, all about the Buddhi and how we can use it in our spiritual evolution. And of course, the children spoke about, in that play, the play was born through the theme of this conference, from I to we to he. The mother was like when I first read The Chosen Mother many years ago, I looked at it from a point of view of a mother. And I felt so sad for this mother who had to leave her child, detach herself from the child. But when I read this book again, and then I started to look at her and her evolution as a devotee. First, she was that mother attached to her son. And she learned, and who she learned from? She learned from the devotees that came to the Prashanti at that time, and how they said what Swami did in their lives. And she listened to what Swami was saying, and often was afraid of all the teachings that he was giving, and that he was going to say the wrong things and so on. The play put that across. Then she started to evolve very gradually. She got involved. She was a very caste-driven person in her simplicity. Then she learned to work with the villages, the social care, the Medicare, in the 3 wishes. And that's how she started to evolve as a devotee of the Lord. And she realized that he is God. And she says, Sathya Sai Baba is God. So what are we doing? We are going on that same journey that she undertook. Are we not? Are we not? Yes. I know we had lunch. Okay. Okay, so, and I think the last session we had with a character in education and politics and finance and Medicare, there are critical aspects for the unity in diversity principle, the unity in faiths, the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. All those are core pillars of the SSEHV program. So, brothers and sisters, Educare is no different from what Swami has been telling us as devotees in the organization. Is there any difference in the Adi Rudra happening at Prashanti Nilayam and what we did over these 2 days? Is there? Just 2 mediums. I will now invite Brother Ruben to do the rest of the summation. Thank you.
Om Shri Sairam. Thank you, Sister Roshni. Offering my salutations at our Divine Lord. And before I start, I think I just want to thank Swami for giving us 2 beautiful days. So, sisters and brothers, if it is an extremely cold day, maybe a snowy day, a frosty day, a very windy day, if you are outside of the house, I expect that you will try to protect yourself by wearing layers of clothing to keep yourself warm. And then you would go into the house and you will try to find your way to some hot spot in the house, maybe a fireplace or a heater. But what happens when you go closer to the fireplace or the heater is that you feel warmer. And when you get warmer, you start peeling off the layers of clothing. So, Swami is like the sun, he's like the heat. And as you get closer to Swami, spiritually speaking, as you get closer to Swami, it is important for every one of us to start peeling off these layers. Because getting closer to him is when you really feel the heat. You'll have to peel off the layer. Ask any leader, as soon as you take a leadership role, you take an office bearer position, then things start happening in your life. You feel the heat of the avatar. And what needs to happen? You've got to start taking out the layers. Ego, pride, jealousy, anger, You've got to start taking all of those layers out in order to cope with the avatar and the heat that he brings. So, what had happened here at this conference that you may not have been aware of? We called it an Educare Conference. We used in this conference 5 methodologies that Swami has given us. That is what we did. You'll find that through this entire conference, we did group discussions or group activities. We did storytelling. We sang songs. We did prayers. We used Swami's quotations. We did all of that. And I'm sure that many of you that are sitting here were quite taken by the content, not just by the content, but by the presentations themselves. That you have experienced through these transformation techniques that formed the methodology of this conference is the impact of the transformation techniques on our organization. Swami is the author of it. So, what happens from now? We're talking about how do we take this back to our centers. At your centers, at our centers, when we have our bhajan programs, when we have our study circles, we must do our group singing. We must have time to do a story. We must have a quotation on Swami. We must get together as a center and do some seva activity as a group activity. We must do the silence. We must do the Nagar Sankirtan. These are all methodologies for transformation that Swami has given us. Why do you think church services are so attractive? Because when you go there on a Sunday morning, the pastor will quote the Bible, he'll tell you a story from the Bible, you will sing the song, you will all get together and you'll hold hands and you'll pray, and you are transported into another world. I'm not saying that we must become pastors in our center. What I'm saying is that don't underestimate the power of those 5 powerful tools that Swami has given us. And that is what we wanted to illustrate to you in this conference. That's the first thing. The second thing, sisters and brothers, at my welcome address yesterday, I said that this conference was a departure from previous conferences because we were not, I used the word confer, we were not going to confer or discuss many issues and bring any resolutions to the table. We said we were not going to do that. But we were hoping that by the end of this conference, that each of us will resolve to journey within. That journey within is left entirely to us. I can't take the journey for Brother Rodney or Brother Subri. Brother Rodney and Brother Subri need to take the journey themselves, that journey within. As much as information is given to each of us, we've got to take that information and turn it into transformation. That is why Swami says regular study of spiritual literature is only one of the 9-point codes of conduct. Regular study is information. Practicing by attending bhajans, involving ourselves in community work, putting a ceiling on desires, that is the transformation. And it is hoped that through this conference, that is what we would get. So, sisters and brothers, in conclusion then, we're hoping that for this year, when we talk about the inward path, remember it's not just a theme for this year. It is a start of a journey. This is what it is. And like our conference coordinators had indicated when we put the conference document together, this year is the start of a blueprint for the organization for many years to come. This is what it is about. It is a blueprint. All right? Then I heard people talk about, so we've done a lot here, what can we take to our centers? Yes, we can start taking snippets of this to our centers. We can go back to our stories. We can get people within our centers who've had beautiful experiences with Swami to come and share their experiences. When we did the Bhagavatam here, those storytellers gave us an insight into the impact of storytelling and its ability to transform us. All of us were so taken by that. And that is why the Institute decided to tell the stories, to expose the Bhagavatam through that medium of storytelling. They wanted us to say if there are 600 people sitting in this hall, all 600 of you would have a story to tell, a beautiful story to tell. And those stories are powerful tools. So we can take snippets of this back to our center, and that's how we can improve it. That's very, very important. So sisters and brothers, unity is what this organization should be all about. The entire universe is built on the concept of unity. When Swami created the universe, we all live in this bubble of love, and he has infused all of us with all of the values and sub-values that we ever need to become divine again. He's given it to us, and that is what we need to be practicing. We have lots of programs happening during the course of this year. Please participate fully in it. It's not to make the organization great. Participation is for each of us. That is what it is all about. People are saying it is so great that we've met here and we've done this after a long time. We must have more and more of these events. Yes, we will try to do that. But remember, change is in each of our hands. All right. So in closing, I want to also say a big thank you. I know the gratitude is coming up very soon. But in summation, I want to also say a very, very big thank you to all of you for this camaraderie that we had experienced here today. Like Dr. Reddy reminded me earlier on, we haven't had this actually for 15 years. For 15 years. And it was only Swami that could have planted the seed to do this again. Okay, so let's get the good times to roll and let it continue. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Thank you very much, Uncle Ruben. I now have the pleasure of calling Uncle Balan, our National Deputy Council President, to do the vote of thanks, the gratitude. Thereafter, Auntie Maggie will address us with a few closing comments. Thereafter, sorry, Uncle Ruben. No problem. Sai Ram. So after Uncle Balan does the gratitude, Uncle Subri will address us. Thereafter, Auntie Maggie. Finally, we will conclude the two-day conference with bhajans and Mangala Aarti. If I could ask that we could start setting up the mics for the bhajan program now, please. And thereafter, the conference will be concluded. We pray that you have a safe trip home. And just a reminder, many hands make light work. If you can, stay behind for a few minutes after the conference to assist with set down. It will be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Swami. Jai Sai Ram.
Once upon a time, God asked man, "Son, I have given you all the comforts. I have given you all the conveniences. You do not lack anything. But you are not offering gratitude to God, who has given you everything. When somebody extends little help to you, you express your gratitude. When God has provided you so many things and comforts, why are you not showing your gratitude towards Him? Gratitude to God is prayer. We have to offer gratitude for all that He has blessed us with. When your kerchief, that's your handkerchief, falls down and somebody picks it up and gives it to you, you say thanks. It is not his handkerchief that he has given. It is your handkerchief. Even then, why do you offer thanks? That is gratitude. The source is Pathways to God, Discourse 2, My Dear Students, Volume 3, and Divine Discourse on March 19, 1998 at Vrindavan. I offer my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our divine Lord, Master and Guru, Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, loving Sai Ram, respected elders, brothers and sisters. Firstly, Swami, we thank you for affording us this wonderful opportunity to come together as one Sri Sathya Sai Global Council family and offer this conference at your lotus feet. We thank you for choosing us as your instruments and for being our charioteer in our spiritual journey. Swami, we pray that we do not just become witnesses to this wonderful program, but use your lessons that you have given and practice this in our daily lives, thereby helping us to get closer to your lotus feet, which is the main objective and outcome of this program. We all thank you. We all thank the Sri Sathya Sai Institute for this wonderful and spiritually uplifting program. And this was no easy feat to plan and execute. So Sister Roshni and Sister Maggie and your team, your efforts have certainly achieved its desired effect. We thank our brother Shivendra Kumar and Sister Karuna Munshi from our Sri Sathya Sai Global family in India for being part of this conference. And this highlights the reason why we are all now one global family. We also thank our brothers and sisters that have joined us here from the other countries. Some have joined online, but to the devotees from Mauritius and Australia who are here in person, we sincerely thank you for your attendance. To the rest of the Sri Sathya Sai Global family of South Africa, there's too much to mention in terms of every single person's contributions towards making this a love offering to Bhagavan. So I will thank you all for taking the opportunity to being part of this program, be it as a Sevadal or as a delegate. We would also like to thank the following service providers. Okay, that would be Brother Kursiv and Naika for sound and lighting, Brother Nivon of Magic Lighting for the screen that you see in front of you, Spotlight from Black Coffee, and Brother Sudha Vyasa Sipo from Alps, as they call themselves, for all the sound and technology and helping behind the scene. Also Brother Basil, I know also says he doesn't require any thanks, this is his love offering, but thank you Brother Basil for being so accommodating. Brother Coogan for the wonderful design and exhibits. And last but not least, I think we'd like to thank the Kendra Hall management and staff for their wonderful hosting of us during this conference. The facilities was most magnificent. Thank you. So brothers and sisters, Brother Ruben alluded to this before when he said, or didn't allude, he actually said, that we never had something like this for 15 years. And events of this magnitude used to be the norm in the past. But with COVID, that changed the landscape. But I guess with Swami's grace, as Brother Ruben says, the good times have come again. And it was so wonderful to see all of you in person again, and it was refreshing to engage, especially with our inspirational leaders of the past. Brothers and sisters, the centenary program has indeed begun with divine vibrations that we hope and pray that will continue towards this year and throughout the rest of our lives. And we urge every single one of you to take the opportunity to be part of all these activities and events, be it at your center level, the regional level, national, and even international level. So with Swami's blessings, I wish you all a very spiritual and uplifting year to come, and also a safe journey home. Jai Sai Ram.
1, 2.
This is technology, not technology. Okay, Om Sai Ram for the last time, and I just wanted to just make one comment before, or just a couple comments before we conclude. And I think it's come to this conference, we've done what we needed to do. Our planning started, like Sister Roshni said, 5 years ago, but the execution only took place from 6 months ago. It was a lot of hard work that we put into, and during the lunch breaks and everything, I know most of us on the Institute were, we had lots of people coming to us and saying, what a beautiful conference. We don't need those kind of comments. Yes, we love it. You can whisper it in our ears and say, it was lovely. But the question is, what are you as individuals at this point in time, what resolution are you going to make this your inward journey? Every one of you needs to answer that question, and I'm not asking you for answers right now, but every one of you needs to answer that question and ask yourself, where do I start? Even if it's a very, very small aspect, where am I going to start? So the other thing that I want to also maybe advertise is that Sister Roshni also spoke about many of the programs that the Institute is offering. How many of you are now ready to now sign up for our courses? Huh? Very few hands. Are you all graduates? Oh, you've already graduated. Okay, so we just have to take note of that. Okay, the other important thing that I want to say is that it took a lot of effort to put everything up that you see and make it all look beautiful. We have 2 hours in which to sit down. And we're going to need a lot of help from everyone that is available to help us sit down as quickly as possible, because I want to go home and sleep. Thank you, Saira.
Okay, I'm all right. Om Sai Ram again, everybody. I think I want to share one story. Yesterday I was having lunch, and when uncle come by me and say, hey, Subri, you know how blessed we are this month. I asked him why. He says, hey, the ladies can't talk much this month. So I got worried. I asked him why, what happened? He says, no, we only got 28 days this month. Right. Laughter is very good. Baba said, must laugh, laugh. Don't have sulky, castor oil face. You'll see me always laugh. You'll only see my teeth all the time. Can't see my face. Huh? Loving sisters and brothers, I want to talk to you all today and now about practical spirituality. And please, when I share experiences with you, it's not out of ego, just more to motivate and inspire. Because Swami has said this. He says an ounce of practice is more effective than tons of knowledge. Loving sisters and brothers, this weekend, we had tremendous amount of knowledge. We overloaded with this knowledge. But what are we going to do with this knowledge? Right? This is where the practical side comes. And I want to share my experiences with you. Before coming to Baba and knowing Baba, I don't know how to say it. I think I was like a rakshasa, drinking, smoking, eating meat, gambling, doing all the wrong things. Huh? And this is where Baba transformation, when you meet this most powerful avatar that treaded this earth, and if you really have implicit faith in him, he'll help you in your personal individual transformation. And again, I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Kupan, Reggie, Dr. Singh. Dr. Kupan gave this talk today here. And when he gave it to us some 35, 40 years ago, and I was sitting and listening, and I said, Subri, you have to go and put this into practice. Loving sisters and brothers, since 1982, right up to this morning, I do the Omkar, Subrabhat, 21 Om, Subrabhat, mantras, and chant the Gayatri mantra from that time. Okay? Why? Because good leaders have taught us the way to God. Okay? And since then, chanting that, I can share so much of experience, but because of time, I'll just share the pattern in the power of the Gayatri mantra. My daughter was just going to work. She was 20 years old in Maritzburg, and you know Maritzburg, some heavy ruffians there too. 3 Africans surrounded her and want to rob her. When we started this journey, when you read the 9-point code of conduct, it says every member must make his or her family for such sadhana. And I took on the challenge. Fortunately, my children were still small, they listened to me. When they're big, they don't listen. Okay? And my children should sit with me with the Omkar, Suprabhatam, Jyoti meditation, and chant the Gayatri 108 times. That is why all of them have got a very strong spiritual base. They got the children to do the same thing. My granddaughter is 19 years old, and she's still going she just joined the youth now. So what did we do by changing your family? We set a new generation. Okay, all of them are vegetarians, not drinking, not smoking. All are very, very involved and love with Swami. Swami has said that in the code of conduct. So we all have to try to be very practical in it. So when the thugs came to rob her, because I used to talk to them about the power of the Gayatri, she closed her eyes and she chanted the Gayatri 3 times, and all 3 of them were running in different directions. No harm came to her. Right? That's the power of the Gayatri. Sister Pitam gave a very nice presentation. She talked about Tukaram, how his wife gave him a very, very hard time, and how tolerant and patient he was. She spoke about Einstein as well. And Swami knows everything about us, loving sisters and brothers. In 1992, I was called from my office in Maritzburg by Baba through a photograph. Come to Parthi, I want to see you. All right, that's a year we got Dr. Reddy was there that year. We had Padam Namaskar, had interview. And how did Baba start the interview? He started the interview by looking at a lady from South Africa, and he says, you're a very, very, very bad lady. He says, you got a lot of anger, you got a lot of frustration, you're always fighting with your husband. And then he looks at the man, he says, you too, sometimes you can't handle this lady here, you fight with her, both of you fight like cats and dogs in your house, no peace and harmony. Baba knows everything that happens in our home. And then he said, Baba asked us, do you all know what's the cure for anger? And none of us knew we all kept quiet. And Baba says to the man, next time your wife get angry with you, you must go by her, tap her on her 3 times, say, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. And he said to the lady, when your husband get angry, you go same, say, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. That message was from me. My wife should get like Kali trance when she's angry. Now I have to come back home to tell her the story, you know. She never come for the interview. So when I came home, I said, Savitri, you know, got something to tell you, you know. Swami gave us the cure for anger, and I told her, the way you get angry, your eyes get red, and your eye. I said, I'm not going to come near you and say, God bless you from far. I'm going to say, God bless, God bless, God bless. Loving sisters and brothers, God gave us the cure. And I'm telling you this, we used to have a lot of fight. But after that, from 1992 till she left in 2015, we never fought again. No anger, no frustration, because God gave the cure. And she spoke about forgiveness and equanimity. Equanimity. through the power of the Gayatri, in 1987, I was a Group 3 Bal Vikas teacher, and I was teaching the Group 3 children about the 5 major religions. And I said them, and I talked about Islam at that particular Saturday Bal Vikas. I said, Prophet Muhammad's daughter got murdered right in front of him, and he forgave the people that murdered his daughter. And I'm telling the Bal Vikas children, if that happens to me, I'm going to do the same thing too. I'll forget. And 2 weeks' time, you'll all know my late son went to play with his friends. Friends found a gun, shot him through the head, and lost him. And what did I do? Because I preached forgive and forget, I had to forgive the people. And that man is a policeman. Right, he's the first man, should have the gun in the safe, and my lawyer, Siva Chetty, who's a prominent lawyer, he said, Subriya, I can get you thousands of rands because he's supposed to have the money in the safe, and that's the time I needed the money the most. And I said, no, 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 Master's teaching is forgive and forget. And I stood by that, and that's the greatest decision I could have made. It brought me to where I am. And the other thing you'll all know, why I'm telling you all this, to see, have we grown strongly? Have we taken Baba's teachings, have implicit faith, and whatever happens, good or bad, do we believe that it is Swami that's doing that? 2 years ago when I met this accident, my grandson was lying dead, and my daughter was on her way out. What did I do? I said, Swami, thank you very much. Nothing happens without your will. Never shed a tear. Equanimity. Are we ready for that? As Brother Reuben said now, when you're getting spiritually stronger and closer to God, the challenges are great. And ask me, I tell you about challenges. But what happens? The challenges make you a better person. Okay, I told you about that wife, anger, frustration. The ladies get angry not because they don't like that. They get angry out of love for you. And loving sisters and brothers and all your men, if you're honest, you all will say this, and I say this all the time. It wasn't through my wife's nagging and all that she did it out of love, and through her, I am where I am today. And I always thank her every day for that. That's a power that ladies have. Huh? That's a power that ladies have. So loving sisters and brothers, let me just conclude with a little story as Educare story. Many of you all have heard the story. I spoke about, told it in many centers, and I thought it's appropriate for this kind of conference to conclude with the story, right? There was this thief that was going to go and rob a home. And while going through to rob this home, he had beautiful Veda chants and beautiful bhajans they're going to sing now. Beautiful bhajans, and he got attracted and he went and sat at the back. After the satsang was over, he got so attracted and he wanted to talk to this guru. And he waited for all the people to go, and the guru never lived far away in a narrow pathway, and his house was not far from the ashram. And as all the devotees went, this guru, this boy, this thief followed the guru. Guru going on. When guru turned around, he saw the thief. He got scared. He started walking faster. Thief caught up with him, and the guru asked this thief, what you want? He said, sir, man, I'm a rogue. I went to rob these people here, but you know, the bhajans were so powerful, and one bhajan there attracted me. And the guru asked, which bhajan? He said, this bhajan you all sang about this Lord Krishna, man. He looked so handsome, and he got so expensive jewelry. Where I can meet this Krishna and steal his jewelry? The guru got such a big shock, he didn't know how to answer. He said, come to my house, looking in the library. Then Guru says to this thief, not far from here is a Yamuna river, and there's a green felt there. There's a big banyan tree. Go stand there tomorrow morning. Krishna come, you can steal the jewels. So this thief had so much of faith that that's going to happen. So he went and he stood. And here Krishna comes in the form of two little boys. But when Krishna come like about 10, 15 minutes away, walking feet away, coming, something happened to this thief. He went into an ecstasy mode. And Krishna came and they both talking for 10 minutes. Then Krishna says, hey, I'm going now. Then the thief said, yeah, you can go. Then Krishna says to the thief, but you forgot what you came here for. And the thief asked what? He said, you came to steal my jewelry. And he said, oh, no, I don't want that. Something, I'm feeling so, I don't want nothing, you can go. And Krishna disappears there. And the thief finds on his shoulder a shoulder bag full of the jewelry. So he went straight to the Guru, said, Guru, thank you. Guru asked, why are you saying thank you? He says, you told me to go there and meet Krishna and steal his jewelry. I didn't have to steal, he gave it to me. Guru got a bigger shock now. He said, for true? I said, yeah, sure. The Guru said, can I come with you to meet him? He said, yeah, let's go. And both of them go and they stand. And here Krishna comes again in the same form. As Krishna coming far, the thief taps. Guru said, Guru, there's he coming. Guru said, I can't see him. Tap, coming, he's now nearer, tapping. Guru, this here, coming near. Guru said, I can't see him. And Krishna came and talking to the thief. Thief can hear. The Guru can hear the conversation, but he can't see Krishna. And after a while, he picked up the courage. He says to Krishna, Guru says, Krishna, my Lord, I'm chanting the Vedas daily. I'm singing bhajans daily. I got Japamala, I'm doing Hare Krishna daily. Why are you not giving me your vision? You're giving your thief the vision. And Krishna sings the bhajan, Govinda Gopala Prabhu Giridhari. And in the end of the bhajan it says, Hirdaya Vihara Bada Chitta Chora. Lord Krishna said to him, I am a stealer of pure hearts. He says this thief was stealing for his family. Hey, please don't go steal now. All right. He says, I was, and he said, Lord Krishna says, but him, you are chanting, I know you're chanting, years you're chanting, but your heart is not clean. Loving sisters and brothers, the greatest gift we can give Swami for his 100th birthday is a pure heart. That's going to be the challenge for one and all of us. Have we got a pure heart? So how are we going to do this? This is the chariot of Lord Krishna and the Mahabharata war. They fought, they became victorious. Huh? So what is the meaning of the chariot? It was explained earlier, I think yesterday or today. Chariot is the human body. All right? Lord Krishna is Paramatma. Arjuna is us, Jivatma. The reins connected to the horses is the human mind. And the 5 horses are the 5 senses. So let us all to have this pure heart. Make our Sai Krishna our charioteer and ask him to control us, control our mind and our senses, and let us feel and experience Swami inside us and pray to Swami to give us a pure heart. Sai Ram, everybody. Sai Ram.
यशोदा के बाद दर्शन दीजो यशोदा के बाद दर्शन दीजो यशोदा के बाद दर्शन दीजो प्यारे नंदला दर्शन दीजो प्यारे नंदला दर्शन दीजो नटवरला दर्शन दीजो नटवरला दर्शन दीजो नटवरला दर्शन दीजो नटवरला दर्शन दीजो गिरिधरवा दर्शन दीजो गिरिधरवा दर्शन दीजो गिरिधरवा दर्शन दीजो प्यारे नंदलाल दर्शन दीजो प्यारे नंदलाल दर्शन दीजो यशोदा के बाद दर्शन दीजो यशोदा के बाद दर्शन दीजो प्यारे नंदलाल दर्शन दीजो प्यारे नंदलाल दर्शन दीजो नटवरला दर्शन दीजो नटवरला दर्शन दीजो गिरिधरवा दर्शन दीजो गिरिधरवा दर्शन दीजो गिरिधरवा दर्शन दीजो गिरिधरवा दर्शन दीजो हरे नंदलाल दर्शन दीजो हरिनाम गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो हरिनाम गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो माधव गोविंद गोविंद माधव नाम गाते चलो माधव गोविंद गोविंद माधव नाम गाते चलो
गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो
हरि नाम गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो
गोविंद विठला गोपाल विठला
गोविंद विठला गोपाल विठला
गोविंद विठला गोपाल विठला
गोविंद विठला विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला
जय परती विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला
जय परती विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला जय परती विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला जय परती विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला
माधव गोविंद गोविंद माधव नाम गाते चलो
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 हरि नाम गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो
हरि नाम गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो
माधव गोविंद गोविंद माधव नाम गाते चलो
माधव गोविंद गोविंद माधव नाम गाते चलो
हरि नाम गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो
हरि नाम गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो
गोविंद विठ्ठला गोपाल विठ्ठला
गोविंद विठ्ठला गोपाल विठ्ठला
परती विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला
परती विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला जय परती विठ्ठला जय साई विठ्ठला
माधव गोविंद गोविंद माधव नाम गाते चलो
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 गाते चलो साई नाम गाते चलो
हे निराकारी अल्लाह हे अवतारी प्रभु निराकार अल्लाह हे अवतारी प्रभु निराकार अल्लाह हे अवतारी प्रभु निराकार अल्लाह हे अवतारी प्रभु जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान जन्म जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान जन्म जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान जन्म जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान। नानक ईशु बुद्ध महावीर, नानक ईशु बुद्ध महावीर, सब है साई भगवान, सब है साई भगवान। जन्म जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान। जन्म जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान। जन्म जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान। जन्म जन्म मेरे साथ रहो तुम सत्य साई भगवान। निराकार अल्लाह, हे अवतारी प्रभु
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा, रामचंद्र रणधीरा,
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा, रामचंद्र रणधीरा,
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा, रामचंद्र रणधीरा,
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा, रामचंद्र रणधीरा,
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ, रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ,
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ, रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ,
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ, रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ,
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ, रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ,
रामचंद्र मम बंधु, रामचंद्र दय सिंधु,
रामचंद्र मम बंधो, रामचंद्र जय सिंधो,
रामचंद्र मम बंधु, रामचंद्र दय सिंधु,
रामचंद्र मम बंधो, रामचंद्र जय सिंधो,
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा, रामचंद्र रणधीरा,
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा, रामचंद्र रणधीरा,
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ, रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ,
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ, रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ,
रामचंद्र मम बंधु, रामचंद्र दय सिंधु,
रामचंद्र मम बंधो, रामचंद्र जय सिंधो,
रामचंद्र मम बंधु, रामचंद्र दय सिंधु,
रामचंद्र मम बंधो, रामचंद्र जय सिंधो,
रघुवीरा रणधीरा,
रघुवीरा रणधीरा,
रघुनाथ जगन्नाथ,
रघुनाथ जगन्नाथ, रघुनाथ परनाथ, मम बंधो दय सिंधु, रघुवीरा रणधीरा, रघुनाथ जगन्नाथ,
मम बंधो दय सिंधु,
मम बंधो दय सिंधु, मम बंधो दय सिंधु,
मुदित मन से कहो राम 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 श्री राम राम प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो राम 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 श्री राम राम पाप कटे दुख मिटे वेत राम नाम भव समुद्र सुखद नाम एक राम नाम परम शांति सुख निदान दिय राम नाम निराधार को आधार एक राम नाम माता पिता बंधु सखा सब ही राम नाम भक्त जन जीवन गण एक राम नाम भक्त जन जीवन गण एक राम 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 श्री राम राम
Om Jai Jagadish Hare Swami Sathya Sai Hare Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka Pati Maheshwara Om Jai Jagadish Hare Shashivardhana Shrikhara Sarva Pranapate Swami Sarva Pranapate Ashrita Kalpalatika Ashrita Kalpalatika Amadhava Om Jai Jagadish Hare Mata Pita Gurudeva Pariyanta Yunive Swami Pariyanta Yunive Nada Brahma Jagannatha Nada Brahma Jagannatha Nagendra Shayana Om Jai Jagadish Hare Om Kalarupa Jai Om Sai Mahadeva Sathya Sai Mahadeva Mangala Arati Anjoko Mangala Arati Anjoko Mandara Giridhare Om Jai Jagadish Hare Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana Narayana Om Om Jai Sadguru Deva Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana Narayana Om Sathya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Om Shanti 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 Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu Om Shanti 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 Jai Bolo Bhagawan Shri Sathya Sai Baba Ji Ki Jai. Paramam Pavitram Baba Vibhutyam Paramam Vichitram Leela Vibhutyam पवित्रं भावविभूत्यं परमं विचित्रं लीलाविभूत्यं परमार्थ मोक्षप्रदातं भावविभूत्यं इदमाश्रयामि. ईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्. ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्. ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्.